Good morning, David. Good morning, Brown Star. How are you? Good morning, everybody. Um, Good morning, Artep. So a little bit of a surprise. Good morning, Crystal. So a little bit of surprise for the first time ever. Good morning, MG Brock. We are also streaming on the Gram. So in addition to good morning, Young Boomer. Good morning, Chris Cooper. Good morning, Conchita. How is everybody? What's up, Mastiff Mama? Hey, Vam. Hey, Farah, good to see you. Folks, if you are watching anywhere other than TikTok, I don't get to see you when you join. So make sure that you speak so that I can say hello. What's up, Grammy? Good morning, LB Donna, Red Hot, Veronica, Win Dixie, Skyrider Jeff. Good morning, Jerry. Good morning, Cam. Good morning, Witch, Chris. Good gosh, y'all are coming in here really quick. What's up, Nisi? Good to see you over there on the tube of you. Hey, Jennifer, how are you? Brandy. Yep, we are on. So, as we go into 2026, there are a few things that I do have in the works. And so today is the first one of those little additions. So, in addition to the Tick of the Talk, the Book of Faces, the Tube of You, the Stack of Sub, we are also on the Gram. Hey, Pen 1010. So, yes, the Gram has live streaming now. And so I switched, I had to make my account professional or whatever in order to be able to do it. But that's what we're doing. Appreciate it, Grammy. Hey, Aline. Good morning, Melinda. Good morning, Sandra Doyle. Good to see you. You've been waiting for me. I am here. Yeah. So for those of you all who did not see my story on TikTok, my dad's sister, my aunt, passed night before last, shortly before midnight, and so I did not go live yesterday. The day that she passed, I had been on the phone with my oldest daughter and her children in the ICU, and had been talking to her critical care team and all of that on Saturday. And so I wasn't going to go live on Saturday just because there was just a lot to do with all of that. So I just kind of, this is the, and we can talk about this if you guys want to. I just tend to, I'm very mindful about how I process things. And plus I was a little under the weather. All the kids' germs and things had finally caught up with me a little bit. So like on Saturday, literally nothing but stuff was just flowing out of my face, which was not cute. And so I appreciate you guys. And so I just put up a post in the Discord. So if you are in my Discord, you saw me put up a post that said that. And I just said, I'm just kind of circling my energy inward, and I will be live another day. And so that is, I am live today. But yeah, so yeah. So anyway, I appreciate all of the condolences and all the things, yeah. Anyway, no need to really go into a lot of detail about that, other than to say it's been the last few years have been really rough, and so appreciate it, Nance. So what I do want to let everybody know. Good morning, Susan. Hey, Tech Lady. I appreciate you guys very much. So, like I said, we are pretty much live everywhere. I haven't been as active on the Gram, so I don't know what it's going to be like over there, right? But we're just going to keep doing it and see what happens, right? Good morning, Lonnie. Good morning, Jay Bird. What's up, 2409? Hey, Mike. Lots of you guys snuck in here, and I didn't get to address you directly. So if you can tell by the graphic that I have up today, appreciate it, Micah. There's several things that I want to talk about today. And so let me tell you the way that I'm not going to talk about it. I see a lot of creators and a lot of people, period, that are all over social media, that are completely up in arms, that have their emotions on a bajillion over everything that's happened in Venezuela and Maduro and all of that. And here's what I'm going to offer you about that is, if that's the emotional roller coaster that you choose to ride, have at it. I don't have the bandwidth for that. Like there is absolutely no way that I am going to ride this emotional roller coaster based on the behavior of this administration and this government. Like I'm just not willing to do it. So what I'm willing to do is to say, okay, what are the things that I can do to impact this, if anything at all? Good morning, Sunflower Fish. Good morning, Find Out. Good morning, Jay Nice. And the reality is, besides letters to the editor, besides contacting your members of Congress, besides talking about it in your inner circles in terms of like putting out accurate information, it's a circle three. And for those of you all, let me ask you this. If you are new to my lives and you are not familiar when we talk about circles 1, circle 2, and circle 3, put a 1 in the comments for me. Put a 1 in the comments if you're not familiar. What's up, Shannon? If you're not familiar when we say that, hey, Christine, Mel Gray, good to see you. Thank you, Nini. Appreciate you. You're not familiar? Okay. I love the opportunity to share this with you guys. So if you will notice, subscribers and super fans and all of those things, you will see a little sticker. That's what they're called on TikTok. And it'll say circles. And then the reason why is because there are 3 circles, and I'll do a quick little graphic for you. Because I'm a visual girl. I don't know if you all are the same. I just find it helpful. Thank you, Red Hot. Appreciate it. Hey, let me grab this real quick, y'all. Hold on. Oh, by the way, I'm also live on my backup account, y'all. Oh, and by the way, I'm also live over there. Like, just in case you don't know. Sorry, I meant to tell you. Yeah, so we are live on my main TikTok account. We are also live right now on my backup, which is Dani 8.8.8. We are live on the Gram, the Stack, the Tube, and the Book of Faces. So few different places, okay? So, you know, the title of my live today is The Madness, Mayhem, and Your Mental Health. And the reason I have it titled that way is there's a lot of shit happening. And hey, Ash, good to see you. And the reality is how you choose to process this information and participate in this information is going to have a significant impact on your mental health and well-being. And so what I think is some of the most beneficial things that we can potentially do is put together some tools that help us handle accurate information, because I'm not going to tell you to look away and pretend like none of this shit is happening, right? What I am going to say to you is it is very beneficial to have some tools that help you process everything that's happening, so that you can be productive, so that you stay kind of centered and grounded. And so you can be productive, not only in your family and in your every day-to-day life, but also in your community, in your state, and in the country. Good morning, Veronica. What's up, Blessed and Grateful? And so one of the tools that we use, good morning, Ronnie. One of the tools that we use is circles, right? And there are a lot of different adaptations of this that you can see on the internet. Mine, I added percentages to it just for my own whatever. What's up, Julia J? Hey, Gabe to Babe. So let me show you what this looks like, right? Kimberly, if you would like to discuss Venezuela with me, which is what I'm guessing that you're talking about, go ahead and request to come up on the panel. Other than that, yeah, if you spew misinformation, you'll eventually be muted. Other than that, thank you for contributing to the algorithm. I appreciate you being here, and I hope that you gain some information that is helpful to you. Okay, so those are the options. Okay. So join the panel if you want to have a respectful, productive conversation about the events, or don't spew misinformation, and don't spew misinformation, and what the fuck else would I just say? Oh, and don't spew misinformation because you will immediately be muted. No, Kimberly, it's very simple. You don't want to be blocked. Don't spew misinformation. That's it. That's all it is. Other than that, thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing to the algorithm, right? And hopefully you will learn something that is helpful to you. All right? Okay, beloved, welcome. Remember, you guys, let me talk to them. Let me talk to them, okay? All right, so let me show you circles, okay? So in the middle, right? Oops, let me drop this background for just a second, right? All right, so I don't know what no, Titan. No. My cat. Hold on. Oh, he's going to take y'all out. Titan, you have to, no, you can't sit right here. Okay, right, Amy. Okay, so let me show you guys. So in one of the things, come on, you guys, don't engage with the fucking trolls. Remember, it cannot be the regulars that are being come on. It cannot be the regular people that know how we conduct the space that act crazy. Stay focused. We are not arguing with people in the comments. That's not what we're doing. We are staying focused on what we've got to do. Okay? That's what we're going to do today. Just so everybody's clear. All right. So circle number 1. This is what is known as the circle of control. And if you, yeah, he's running from you, sissy. So you got to back up. So when you think about your life and life in general, what is the only thing that you can control? What is the absolute only thing that you can control? You get to control how you respond, how you interact, your thoughts, and how much thinking you do about certain things, how much energy you give to something, how much emotion you give to something. You, that's it. You don't control anything else except you. Okay. Now, out here is circle number 2. Circle number 2 is what's known as your circle of influence. So what are the things that you have influence over? Obviously, you have influence over your friends, your family, your children, your social media followers, your legislators, your community. You have influence. You don't control, but you have influence, right? And so that's circle number 2. Circle number 3 is everything else. Circle number 3 is anything that you cannot control or influence. Okay? And sometimes things exist in multiple circles. Okay? So for example, if we take what happened over the weekend with Venezuela, there are parts of what happened that are absolutely circle 3, right? You can't do anything about Maduro being here. You can't do anything about, us going into Venezuela. Like you can't control or influence that piece of it. But are there parts of it where you can influence? Of course there are. Right? And you can do that in your community. You can do that within your family. You can do that within your letters to the editor, especially if you're in small towns and rural communities. Letters to the editor are great for them. Also, in addition to that, it's going to be contacting your members of Congress. Now, you don't control them, but you can influence them. And the key is, when you talk about influence, the key is to do the work, do the action of the influence without being attached to the outcome. Because if you're attached to the outcome, you're trying to control. If you are attached to the outcome, you are trying to control it. And you don't control those things. Anything other than you. Follow me? So when we look at what happened this weekend, I saw, and if you're a subscriber of mine and you were in the subscriber side of my Discord over the weekend, you saw me pop in there and absolutely just get y'all all the way together. Y'all saw me get you guys all the way together, because here's what we're not ever going to do, not in this space and not in my Discord space, is throw a bunch of energy to that madness and take everybody. I popped you out of your spiral. Love that. Love that. Because I was just astounded at y'all talking about, can you believe he said AB? Yes. Yes, I can believe it. And so should you by now. Yes, I can believe it. And so should you by now. There should be nothing about this that makes you go, oh my God, can you believe? Listen, this is not the first time the United States of America has gone into a black and brown country and tried to change the leadership there. This ain't nothing new. This is not the first time we have ever instigated conflicts and wars, especially over oil and shit. This ain't the first time. Why are you letting these people get you so worked up and so angry? Here's the thing. My government has long since demonstrated to me who they are, and I believe them. I believe them. You said you started to go next level with the post from Stephen's wife. Why? Why would a post from a white supremacist make you go off? I would expect that from a white supremacist. And we know that Stephen Miller and his wife are that. Why? Is she eating dinner with you? Is she part of your family? Like, how is she relevant? And why would you give her and her social media posts that much power over your emotions? So Sandra, it's not, and I want people to be clear on this. It is not distraction from Jack's deposition. That is not what it is. Just because something occurs does not make it a distraction. Y'all, they have been planning this with Venezuela for a long ass time. This is not a distraction. It's just convenient timing. This is not a distraction. This is exactly what they plan to do. And for a long time coming. It's just convenient timing. And it's not that Trump wants the oil. I want to be clear about this, y'all. It is not that Donald Trump wants the oil. It is not. It is that those who have written a 900-page playbook, a manifesto as to how to create the country that they desire to have, believe that this is part of it. They believe that this is part of it. The issue for them is that, guess what? The oil companies aren't on board with this. How many of you all understand that the oil companies are not on board with this? And they told the administration that they were not on board with this before they did it. I just want everybody to understand. So I said this in 2024, and I'm going to say it again. Yeah, it will absolutely crash the oil industry, and it will be one of the biggest mistakes since the OPEC deal of 2020. Right? So if you do not, yes, they are a founding member of OPEC. Venezuela is a founding member of OPEC. So I recommended everyone to follow Mr. Global. So if you are not familiar with Mr. Global, you can find him on TikTok. You can find him on YouTube. He and I we've chatted a couple of times before the 2024 election. He owns an oil and gas company. That's his forte. He's the expertise. He's the expert. Is he on Facebook as well? Love that. I figured he was. But if you want to know about oil and gas, whether it's the prices, whether it's production, whether it's whether drill baby drill is a real thing or not, which spoiler alert, it's not. I strongly recommend you go watch Mr. Global. So for me, I'm not an oil and gas expert, but what I do know how to do is listen to fucking oil and gas experts and not mainstream media and not a bunch of just regular ass TikTok content creators. Right. His name is Matt Randolph, and that's who he is. Right. So on that note, Titan, I don't know why you're here, honey. You can't sit on my desk this whole time. He literally has just come up here and put his fat ass like right over most of my desk. Love bug. You have to move. Hey, you got to move, bud. Listen, I'm okay, but you got to move. Okay? Okay? All right. So yes, he's very much strictly business. And we're gonna. I wanna play a couple of things. I have lots of different experts that I want to play for you today. I have an expert historian that I want to read something from today. I also have Mr. Global up today. And then I also have another document because I want to make sure that we stay focused on the things that are incredibly important. So as of this month, as of Mark Kelly is my third circle, Deuces Wild. Here's the thing. Not only is Mark Kelly in my circle number 3, Mark Kelly knows how to take care of himself. He's not someone that I really need to worry about, right? He's a member of Congress. He's a veteran. He's a big boy. He's got this. Who can't take care of themselves are the millions of Americans who, as of this morning, I know it, who as of this morning, or as of January, are no longer able to afford their healthcare premiums, and are facing astronomical healthcare prices. Yes, baby.
I just saw an angel kitty slime.
You did? You saw the kitty slime?
No, I saw angel kitty slime.
Angel kitty slime? Oh, okay. That's cool.
And now it's peeled.
Is it?
Yeah. And this could be gone forever.
It's going to be gone forever. And so I think it's just important that we talk about all of those things, right? So I also, and here's one thing that I do love about this other thing that I'm going to share with you. The thing that I'm going to share with you is actually from the USDA itself. I love being able to talk about facts. Yeah. So Christine, Waltz is a circle 3, and it's also important to discuss a little bit about that, right? I love that, Shannon. Okay, so, but I do want to talk about, good morning, Megan. I do want to talk about the USDA today and a report that they put out in December with regard to grocery prices and things like that. And so these are the types of things that I think this is information that people will benefit from having and will benefit from being able to share and to tell people about. And so I want to give you some of that. You got it? First, what I want to do is I want to play for you this clip from Mr. Global. Oops, hold on. I lied. Yes. That's Jack's testimony still. Y'all, I still have Jack Smith up. Good morning, Integrity Matters. I still have Jack up. Sorry, y'all. I still have Jack on my heart. Yeah, but okay, so here we go. So this is Mr. Global. No, Sin, we didn't. And we're going to see how much time we have. But so for those of you guys who are watching me anywhere else other than TikTok, you are going to be able to see the video that I am playing for you right now. This is Mr. Global. Yeah, and we will, Witch. All right, so you ready? Here we go. And let me turn this up for everybody so that you can hear it. All right. So again, this is Matt Randolph. He is a recognized oil and gas expert, internationally recognized. He is very nonpartisan in what he says. If what he says benefits a particular party, he doesn't give a shit. He's just going to say the thing, and also if it's critical. So if something that he says is going to be critical of an administration or of a politician, it's not going to be based on whatever political party they are a part of. It's just going to be the fact of the industry. And so that's one of the things that I really like about him. So when I first began watching him, that is when it's been about a year and a half now. And that was when I first, started learning how to go and figure out like the actual numbers and the graphs from the oil production and what wasn't happening. It was when I really discovered how Trump's deal with OPEC hurt us and how we had astronomically high gas prices afterwards. How under the first administration they caused the crash in 2018 that impacted us so significantly, and we lost a lot of rigs and all of that. So check this out. This is him, and I want you to listen to what he has to say about why oil and gas companies are not going into Venezuela.
The U.S. went in, seized Maduro, took him out of the country. I've been on the road all day, very busy, spoken to a lot of journalists today, haven't had time to make a lot of content on all of this. I'm getting tons of questions. I hope I can cover all of that in this video right here. Venezuela, the oil, OPEC, all of it. And this is going to be kind of scattered because I hadn't planned for this. I just got home from being on the road. But I think I can cover this really well. So Donald Trump is claiming that U.S. oil companies can return to Venezuela, make their investments, and get rich, and we'll have all this oil and all. Just forget what Donald Trump says. Just forget anything he says about oil in Venezuela because he hasn't a clue what he is talking about. And at this point, removing Maduro and just installing the VP apparently, and having them run the country, just doing whatever he says, that doesn't fix anything.
And for those of you guys, if you want to actually see this video yourself, I have added it to the top of my link tree. So if you want to be able to share this video anywhere else so that people can have this information, you can go to my link tree that is in my bio across all the platforms, and you can share this video from there. What's up, Jen? Hey, Allie Nicole, good to see you. Good morning. So here we go.
That doesn't fix anything. So let's cover a few things first.
Data everywhere, and not an insight to see.
That's an
It's
ad.
overwhelming. Customer usage stats.
There we go.
We went in and seized a country, the oil of a founding member of OPEC. There are members of OPEC that we know for sure aren't happy with us, OPEC and OPEC Plus. Russia is a member of OPEC Plus, not OPEC, but it's literally the same group. I just like to make that distinction for the people that will scream, Russia's not a member of OPEC. They're a member of OPEC Plus. They're essentially a member of OPEC. The first question is there going to be any repercussions of that? Is there going to be anything come from that? And the answer is, if anything happens from that, we won't see it for a while. But I can assure you one thing. If they aren't happy about this, we will find out. And it will come to us in a way that is veiled, that we don't see coming. I might see it coming. Trump isn't going to see it coming. A perfect example of this, the way OPEC exacts its revenge on people, the OPEC 2020 deal
Listen.
was a brilliantly and beautifully crafted plan for OPEC to exact revenge on the United States.
Mr. Global.
You go to 2018, Donald Trump convinced OPEC to increase production so he could put sanctions on oil from Iran, and they agreed to do so with the understanding that the market would not crash because Iranian oil was going to be taken off the market. They were only going to increase the amount that was going to be taken off the market by Iran, so it wouldn't flood the market and it wouldn't crash. As soon as OPEC got that production up where Donald Trump asked him to, he granted waivers to Iran and crashed the global oil market. The OPEC 2020 deal.
So to reiterate, I think that everyone needs to hear what he just said again. The reason the oil market crashed in 2018, 2020 is because of Donald Trump. He made a deal. He said, OPEC, increase your production to a set amount so that I could put sanctions on Iran. And OPEC said, okay, we'll do that. However, we're going to do it with the understanding that because you are going to put these sanctions on Iran, that Iranian oil is not going to be in production and the market will not be flooded. And instead, they increased production. Trump put sanctions on Iran. And then once production reached the level that he wanted it to, he lifted those sanctions from Iran. And it flooded the market with more oil, and it caused the market to crash. So listen.
Was OPEC's revenge against Donald Trump for crashing the oil market and costing them hundreds of billions of dollars.
2020
and
deal.
to this day, I don't think he knows that.
And just so you get this, that 2020 OPEC deal is what made your gas prices in 2021 and 2022 astronomically high. It was the 2018 crash that was caused by Donald Trump, the 2020 deal that OPEC then made as a result of that crash, and that is what drove our oil and gas prices to what they were in 2021 and 2022. Listen to what he says.
That was their revenge. I don't even think he's aware of it. We're all aware of it. We were the ones paying $5 for gas. This is what I'm talking about. So if there's any retribution here, and I don't know that there's going to be, because I honestly don't believe this impacts OPEC in a huge way.
Mm-hmm.
It would impact OPEC if U.S. oil companies all ran to Venezuela. That would be a huge deal. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's any retribution from OPEC, it'll come close to the midterms. They like to do things that impact elections.
What's that?
And it'll look like some sort of good deal.
You can have something.
But it won't be. But we'll just have to see what happens. We'll just have to see. There's obviously other considerations. Iran could do some things. Russia can do some things with attacks and terror attacks and things like that. But I'm really going to stick to the oil here. So first of all, this idea that American oil companies are going to rush to Venezuela to produce all this oil, that's not a thing. Okay? Having the largest oil reserves in the world doesn't mean what Donald Trump thinks it means.
Listen, you guys, this is important.
The only thing that matters is the value of that oil and how much you can profit on it. Personally, I would rather have United States oil reserves with the value it holds and the amount of profit it holds than have all of Venezuela's. Having a bunch of something that doesn't deliver you much profit and value doesn't amount to a hill of beans. People are so focused on the amount of oil there. Who cares if you can't make a fortune on it? And you can't. That's the problem. It's not the best investment out there by any means. It's not even close. You're looking at $100 billion of investment needed over a decade to restore the infrastructure to where it once was. $100 billion.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next webinar where we can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities, a private placement bond offering
Sorry, you guys.
for accredited investors.
I am tripping out because
this
as I played, I don't know what the fuck TikTok is talking about. TikTok actually said that I had limited interaction. And so gifting was suspended for 10 minutes. So I don't even know what that means. TikTok is wild. But I guess because I played his voice for 2 or 3 minutes and I wasn't saying anything. Yeah. Although you can see my fucking face. Yeah. Literally that's the restriction that just came up. And I was like, what? Never heard of that before in my life on TikTok. But you know, Larry Ellison, keep trying, bro. Keep trying. Yeah, I'm literally not, I don't care. What do you mean? Oh, you mean his whole account, or do you mean his gifting? Yeah. Well, you know, not surprised. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's what I will say about that is TikTok might want to watch that because long term, it's bad for TikTok. Long term, it's bad for TikTok, right? Because what people will do is people will go, okay, fuck this. People have apps and people will just go to people's apps and do what they do, right? And so then that means less coming into TikTok. And you know what I mean? And so be careful saying the PAY word, peeps, please. That's why I just said people have apps. Yeah, well, but he himself can, but his stockholders won't. His stockholders won't, Rob, and not for the price that they have paid for TikTok. Because here's the thing that makes TikTok so successful as an app are not right-leaning creators, right? So a right-leaning app that is ridiculously successful would be Rumble or Facebook. That is not TikTok. That is not TikTok. TikTok is not has not become the app that it is because of right-leaning content creators. That's just not the case. Right? Danielle, I don't believe that either. I don't believe that January the 22nd. I'm so tired of people trying to kill off TikTok. Literally, everybody has been thinking that TikTok is gonna unalive. Oh, it's been a year. Y'all been trying to unalive TikTok, and it's still here. There's far too much money invested in this app for it to go anywhere. What's not true, Nini? You know what? You want to know another reason you know this app ain't going anywhere? When you join this app, when you create a new profile on this app, you are automatically followed by and following the White House. I'm just saying. Right. I'm saying that they don't make TikTok. Exactly. Yeah. Just saying. Yeah, as soon as within one heart. It said because of limited interaction, although my ass is right here. I don't know. I think it's because I was playing Mr. Global and not like we were listening to him. And so I think the key is going to be not to so Daryl, I don't think that's going to be the case. Everybody says super filtered coming by the end of the day. I don't believe that. And the reason I don't believe that is, you all listen, these algorithms are built based on confrontation and interaction and volatility. Listen, let me just tell y'all this. Let me just be clear about something. I see other people's TikToks where they are dropping N-bombs, F-bombs, cussing each other out. I mean, all the shit. And I mean repetitively with 1,000 people in the rooms, 1,000 people in those rooms. They are not interested in filtering this content. They are not interested in filtering what people say. And no violations, exactly. And the views skyrocket. This app loves controversy. This app is so cool with that, just like all of them. I do not expect for content to be filtered. Do you want to know why? Here's what I know about rich ass billionaire people, right? At the end of the day, money trumps everything. And it doesn't matter how controversial you are or how opposite of their opinions you are if you make the money. Case in point, look at Dean, look at Aaron, look at Lev, look at all the other left-leaning creators that have super massive followings. Right? Right, Grammy, me too. Johnny, all of them. And so this is my thing. What I'm not ever going to do is I'm just not going to be all worried about what this like, I'm just not. So, no. I just don't believe in that. You know what I mean? So I just think it's important for people to listen and to know those things. Colin, don't talk to the trolls. Leave them alone. I got them. I appreciate you, but I got them. Right. They make money off the controversy. The part that I wanted you to hear is the part that he just said, that succinctly. Okay. And this is what he said. He said, they are not going into Venezuela. And he said the oil and gas companies told the administration that prior to this happening, because the amount of work and effort that it would take for them to get those oil reserves up to production, right? Yeah. So this part's important, right? He said, listen, we said from the beginning, we're not going. What it would take to get the infrastructure of Venezuela's oil production up would cut so significantly into the profits, it's simply not worth it, right? It's just simply not worth it. And I think that that's really important for people to know. He said it clear out. The link to that YouTube video is in my link tree, right? So if you want to hear what he says, he's plain as day saying it out loud.
This idea of asking American oil companies who are currently having a hard time due to what? Donald Trump's policies with OPEC, who are laying off people, who are cutting their budgets, cutting CapEx, who are laying down rigs, trying to
Where?
preserve cash flow. These companies are going to go invest $100 billion in Venezuela
No, they're not.
in an unstable country.
And that's the other key part of this is when we say when we not being me, when the president of the United States says that we're going to quote unquote run Venezuela until whatever, folks, it is an unstable company. And let me just tell you something. Our track record for post replacement regimes is not great. This is not something that we are successful in doing, that we are good at doing. We do not change regimes and have great success. We don't. Historically speaking, it's just not something that we do. It is an unstable country. So would you invest $100 billion in a country that is likely going to have some sort of uprising and contention over its leadership when you are already heavily invested in the US and in Canada in a way that matters? No, you're not going to. And what Mr. Global is saying unequivocally is we told them this, we're not going in, and this was a dumbass move. He literally says this move that we just did is dumber than the 2020 OPEC deal and dumber than the 2018 deal that ended up causing our gas prices to rise. So listen,
It's ludicrous.
is it, Cam?
And people will say, well, Chevron is there.
I guess it
Not
didn't
really.
take 10 minutes, huh?
Chevron is there, but they're not investing in the country. The reason Chevron is there is because they took a 20% stake in PDVSA, which is Venezuela's state-owned.
No, Jen, I don't. I don't think that the government will try to subsidize the projects with our tax dollars because it doesn't matter. That the oil and gas industry is saying, we're not interested. We have zero desire. They don't need the tax dollars to make it happen. And quite frankly, we don't have the money to put behind it as a country. We just don't. We don't. Listen, y'all, we don't have, we just put $1 trillion into whatever they want to call it, right? We don't have it. And things are going to think, I'm just saying, no, I don't. He plain out says that Trump doesn't even understand that the 2020 OPEC deal was bad for us, that the 2020 OPEC deal was OPEC getting back at him for what he did in 2018. And he probably doesn't. Listen, I don't think there's anybody that would be surprised to know that the current president of the United States is not well versed or doesn't have a high level of comprehension when it comes to negotiations and international relations. I mean, if I'm being really direct, you all, one of the challenges that we have is that the current president of the United States, it's not that he's incompetent, guys. It's not, I want us to be clear about the words that we're using. He literally doesn't have the capacity to see trade or to see negotiations or to see deals as anything other than in his favor. I want you all to understand, he doesn't have the capacity. He's not ignorant. It's literally a capacity that he lacks to be able to, he walks around in a world in which, do you remember what his chief of staff said, Susie? Susie said he believes he can do anything and there's nothing he can't do. He believes he can do anything and there's nothing he can't do. He lives in a world in which he always comes out on top. He lives in a world where for him, mentally, right? Everything works in his favor. And so it's really important that we don't use language that diminishes the severity of what we have running the country. Right? And so when Mr. Global says, it's not, listen, it's not even Mr. Global saying, I don't think he even recognizes. You can tell by the way that Donald Trump speaks about the 2020 OPEC deal, you understand that he doesn't know. He doesn't realize that OPEC just fucked him over completely. And do you want to know why he doesn't realize it? Is he doesn't really care. Because by the time the 2020 OPEC deal came into being and we suffered the consequences, it occurred under the Biden administration. And Trump understood that his voters and many people in the country were going to associate that with Joe Biden and not his actions in his first term. Right? So there's no lesson for him to glean. It didn't occur while he was still in office. Right? Nene, watch your words. I see you over here projecting into the fucking future. I would prefer that he not leave a hot mess for the next POTUS, so I'm not going to say that he will. Okay? A little bit more.
National oil company. They made a big blunder and they took a 20% stake in that. They lost $4 billion.
Listen.
So the reason they're there is to assist
Thanks, Jamie.
PDVSA in trying to recover their losses. They're literally getting paid in barrels of oil. So they're there helping Venezuela, and Venezuela is just giving them some oil.
So he's explaining to you what ExxonMobil's capacity is. And he's explaining what ExxonMobil is helping Venezuela's infrastructure for their oil, right? And Venezuela is being paid in oil. ExxonMobil is being paid in oil from Venezuela. So why? Just listen. It's so
like they're not even getting paid. And it's going to take God knows how long for them to recover their $4 billion they've lost. So, they're there because they're stuck there.
ExxonMobil.
And they're committed to getting that money back that they lost. They're not there because they think there's some fortune to be made there.
Oh my God. This is when I love Matt so much. Because he just comes with straight facts about oil and gas that most of us just don't know. No, Michelle, if you didn't hear what he just said, if like what you're saying isn't even okay. So listen to what he just said, and I'll rewind it back a little bit. But listen to what he just said. So Matt said ExxonMobil is in Venezuela because they are pretty much stuck there. They went into Venezuela. They lost $4 billion there. And so now if they pull out, they just are like, fuck it, we don't get any of our $4 billion back. But if they stay there and they assist Venezuela and their oil infrastructure, and at least they get paid in oil, right? Then they're recouping some of the $4 billion that they lost. Because the only other alternative is to just cut their losses, and $4 billion is a big ass loss to cut, right? So I'm gonna rewind this for you all just to hear what he said again. Right, and Chevron. I don't know why I said he was talking about ExxonMobil earlier, but this is Chevron. So listen, he's talking about Chevron. Thank you for the person who corrected me. All right, so listen.
It's ludicrous. And people will say, well, Chevron is there. Not really. Chevron is there, but they're not investing in the country. The reason Chevron is there is because they took a 20% stake in PDVSA, which is Venezuela.
So this part's really important. Oh, thanks, Blue Honey Pot. So Chevron took a 20% stake in PDVSA. So PDVSA is pretty much is the infrastructure that does their oil production, right? Hold on, I'm resetting y'all. So just give me 1 second. And so they have 20% stake in this damn company or organization now. And they've lost $4 billion. So what do you do when you have 20% stake in a failing infrastructure and a failing business? Are you going to just cut and run? Like, what are you going to do? And so that's what Mr. Global is explaining to us, is the position that Chevron now finds themselves in. So just give me a second as I finish this last little bit. And we will get going. Okay, y'all ready? Here we go. Yeah.
Venezuela's state-owned national oil company. They made a big blunder, and they took a 20% stake in that. They lost $4 billion. So the reason they're there is to assist PDVSA in trying to recover their losses. They're literally getting paid in barrels of oil. So they're there helping Venezuela, and Venezuela is just giving them some oil. Like, they're not even getting paid. And it's going to take God knows how long for them to recover their $4 billion they've lost. So, they're there because they're stuck there.
Yeah.
And they're committed to getting that money back that they lost. They're not there because they think there's some fortune to be made there.
Nope. So that's incredibly important. And I'm halfway through that video. So what I would recommend, if you want to watch the rest of this video, go to my link tree. It's in there. The link is there. Mr. Global makes fantastic points. So Lady T, you're invited to come to the panel. Lady T, come on to the panel. Because if not, you'll end up getting muted, not because you disagree with me, but because you want to be distracting in the comments and not have a respectful, productive conversation. So if you would like to discuss loss of lives, compassion, or how you think an oil and gas expert is wrong, please come up, share your credentials with everyone, and then we can discuss it. I don't care if you're upset with my word language. Come on up. Come on up and discuss my word usage. So I sent you a direct invitation to the panel. Please accept it and come join the panel and we can discuss. I sent it to you again. Buenos dias, Mr. Barrios. I'm waiting, Miss Lady T. Because this would be my thought process, is that if you are concerned enough to be upset about my word usage, then you would definitely embrace the opportunity to discuss my word usage, to talk about it. I have no desire to block you. Why do you want to be blocked? Why would you want to be blocked? Are you just here to get attention or no? Because that's such a weird thing. Block me for what? I'm so confused. I mean, do you get paid more if you get blocked? Is that a thing? Because I would think maybe you would earn more if you came to the panel. Hey, Michael Scott. So once, twice, 3 times, Lady T. You want to join the panel? It's just wild. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is the thing that's really apparent. Salam Petal. Is that listen, this is how I really determine whether or not individuals are sincerely concerned with the topic at hand. This is the mechanism by which I determine if somebody is authentic in their concern about the topic. Because if you're sincere, if you're authentic, then you don't just jibbity jab from the comments. You join the panel and you have a respectful, productive conversation. People who just sit in the comments and are like, block me then. I'm like, dear God in heaven, are you still in middle school? Are you still in middle school? Because that's what I picture in my head. Actually, that's not even true because my grandson is in middle school and they don't behave like that. Even my 12-year-old grandson is more mature than that. Just wild, right? Okay, so she didn't request to join the panel, so we're going to move on. No, Rob, that's not what Mr. Global is saying. Mr. Global is saying that listen, we're not going to be able to steal $4 billion in oil. Chevron is getting paid in oil to help PDVSA because they own 20% in PDVSA. What he's saying is the cost to get that oil is not worth it. And what he has clearly said is that no other oil and gas companies are going into Venezuela to get that oil. He said, we've already said we are not going. Right? So that's the thing. Just because the oil is there doesn't mean there is a successful, appropriately sized, efficient manner in which to get it out. Yes, Rob, that's why they've been there. Yeah, Chevron's been there this whole time. Hey, Bilal, salam Bilal. Into Gelbi, Bilal. You hear what I'm saying? So Chevron has been there. The point of the matter is that the mechanism to get to the reserves, the mechanism to get the oil out is not efficient to make it worthwhile. Yes, you may. And so that's the problem. That's the issue. Okay? Y'all got that? So I wanted to play, that's one of the clips that I had pulled up today in addressing what's happening in Venezuela. The other parts that I will say about this in Venezuela. And for some people, this part might be uncomfortable, and that is okay if it's uncomfortable. What I would encourage you to do is that if what I say next makes you uncomfortable, then I would ask that you simply lean in to the discomfort, maybe explore and ask why it's uncomfortable for you, and see if there's any additional work as an individual person that you get to do as a result of this. So for me, there's at least two parts to this Venezuela conversation, okay? Number one is the oil and gas conversation, which I let Mr. Global do for you because he's the oil and gas expert. He owns an oil and gas company, right? So I let Mr. Global do that, cover that piece. This next piece that I want to speak on is this idea, and there's a couple of things, right? So number one, I've heard people say, we just liberated the Venezuelan people. Here's what I know about the United States of America. We have zero desire to liberate brown people ever. Historically speaking, that is not something that we do, no matter where they live. That's not a thing for us, okay? Number two, when you then say, oh, I liberated you, but I can run your country until we can adequately turn it over, that's not liberation, that's colonization. I'm going to say that again. That is not liberation, that is colonization. When you believe that you know best for another group of people and you determine, okay, the charger's right there. You want me to get it for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get this charger for her. Sorry. Oh. Here, sissy girl. Here. You can plug it up in your room if you want. Me. Okay. So, and this idea that, yes, baby.
I know what to plug it up for myself.
Why? Well, because I'm not in your room. So, and let me just also say this, folks. For the people who say, oh, well, Maduro was horrible, we liberated them. Here's my question to you is, did they ask for you to be liberated? Did they ask for the United States of America to come in and quote unquote liberate them? No, they did not. And we don't, from the outside, determine what's best for a country and then just go in and facilitate it as if we have the right to do so. Because we do not. We do not. It doesn't matter what you think. Because I will tell you, we have other dictators like Viktor Orban, like Vladimir Putin. There are other dictators that are horrible people, that violate human rights, that are dictatorships. And I don't see us going in to liberate those people. Right? So it's important for us to understand that while something may be happening in a country that we think is horrible, it's not our job. It's not our responsibility to go in and dictate what someone else's country should or shouldn't be like. That's for that country. That's for those people. And there are global mechanisms, and there are mechanisms within our countries that allow us to do those types of things, right? For people who say America first, what I would ask you is, how is this America first? How is this America first? It's not, right? It's not. That's cut and dry. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay. And I said this yesterday and I will say it again. And if it makes you uncomfortable, then be uncomfortable. Right. But the reality is that the actions taken by the Trump administration and the United States government are those the people who support those types of actions. That's coming from a colonizer mind sword. It's coming from a colonizer mindset. Period. Good morning, famous outlaw. And if you don't agree or understand that, then feel free to join the panel and we can discuss. Okay. Just saying. And just to reiterate a little bit further, right? It is absolutely a colonist supremacist mindset that believes that you know what's best for a Black and brown country, and you take actions to facilitate that without their input or invitation. It's the same thing that that is being perpetuated with the fake ass peace agreement in Palestine. And that's something that the Western world has done with regard to Palestine since 1917. This idea that, well, even before that, but, you know, this idea that you can dictate what needs to be done in those countries without their input, that you can determine when they are grown enough to facilitate themselves in a modern civilized world. And for the record, so far as civilization and civilized worlds go, a lot of times white Western worlds are the least civilized places to exist. Right? I don't really believe that it's very civilized to let children go to school hungry, to be homeless, to let the elderly not be able to afford medication. I don't believe that those things are civilized behavior, right? I don't think that civilized people strip healthcare from millions of people to support corporations and to finance their profits. That's not civilized to me, you know? And I think that some people mistake civilization with European standards, and they are not the same. Civilized isn't eating with a fork instead of your fingers. That's not being civilized. That's a standard that someone else developed. Just so that everyone is clear about that. When you are civilized, you take care of your elders, you take care of your children, you take care of your neighbor. You know? So, that's the other piece that I would say when it comes to Venezuela. Okay. Now, yeah, Jen, can you give me 1 sec? I just want to read this recap. What if Venezuela's leaders are acting along USA? Everything was so easy and Maduro looks chill. None of it matters, Carmela. None of it matters. None of it matters. Number one, the executive the administrative branch did not have the authorization of Congress to do what was done. It doesn't matter. And everything wasn't so easy. So yeah. So I want to share this with you guys really quickly. And this one I read to you really quickly. Okay, are you ready? So there is a historian that I absolutely love by the name of Heather Cox Richardson. If you aren't familiar with her, I highly recommend that you follow her. You can listen to her on Facebook. You can do. I've been with Heather Cox for a long time, and love her. Titan, no, please. I know, buddy. Oh my God, here comes my cat. Hopefully he won't knock you down. Okay, are you okay? Okay. Holy jeez. Leslie, I've heard a lot about BRICS and all of those things, but it's just not relevant to the discussion around oil and gas and Venezuela, right? All right, so here we go. Yeah, he's just plopped right here. He's not going anywhere. Okay, so here we go. So Heather Cox Richardson does this thing where she no, he doesn't ever lick me. He just gets right here and looks at me. He never licks, especially not in my damn face. But no, he doesn't lick. So, but she does this letter to an American, and she started it many, many years ago now, and it's worth a great read. Okay, so here we go. Secretary of State Marco Rubio took the administration's message about its strikes on Venezuela to the Sunday talk shows this morning, which is yesterday. She wrote this yesterday, and she says, it did not go well. Asked by George Stephanopoulos of ABC's This Week under what legal authority the U.S. is going to run Venezuela, as President Donald J. Trump vowed to do, Rubio served up a lot of words, but ultimately fell back on the idea that the U.S. has economic leverage over Venezuela because it can seize sanctioned oil tankers. Seizing ships will give the U.S. power to force the Venezuelan government to do as the U.S. wants, Rubio suggested. This is a very different message than Trump delivered yesterday when he claimed that the people standing behind him on the stage, including Rubio, would be running Venezuela. When Stephanopoulos asked Rubio if he was indeed running Venezuela, Rubio again suggested that the U.S. was only pressuring the Venezuelan government by seizing sanctioned oil tankers and said he was involved in those policies. When Kristen Welker of NBC's Meet the Press also asked if Rubio was running Venezuela, Rubio seemed frustrated that, quote unquote, people are fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it, is we expect to see changes in Venezuela, end quote. No, he won't. Senior biz, no, Stephen Miller is not going to be running any part of Venezuela. I dare Stephen Miller to take his melanatedly challenged self to Venezuela and run some shit. I absolutely 100% invite and challenge Stephen Miller to take his melanatedly challenged ass to Venezuela and try to run some shit and see what happens. And after that, I want him to go down to Mexico and talk to the cartels. After that, I want him to, I want him to go to Compton, as a matter of fact. I would love for him to do that. Listen, what this administration announces versus what is actually going to happen are two completely different things. Hello, Raja. So I just think it's really important for people to know that. And what we have to stop doing is regurgitating and repeating the lies that they tell. Do not amplify the lie. Do not amplify the lie. Stephen Miller, Renee. Don't amplify the lie. Stephen Miller ain't running shit. Except immigration. He damn sure ain't running Venezuela. Pop on down there and see what that gets you. That's what I would say to Stephen. Back to Heather Cox Richardson. When Kristen Welker of NBC's Meet the Press also asked if Rubio was running Venezuela, Rubio seemed frustrated that, quote, people are fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it. We are expecting to see changes in Venezuela, end quote. Historian Kevin Cruz commented, quote, yeah, people are fixating on a cabinet secretary being given a sovereign country to run because the president waged war without congressional approval and kidnapped the old leader. Weird that they'd get hung up on that, end quote. When Stephanopoulos asked why the administration thought it didn't need congressional authorization for the strikes, Rubio said they didn't need congressional approval because the U.S. did not invade or occupy another country. The attack, he said, was simply a law enforcement operation to arrest Maduro, except our law enforcement doesn't operate in Venezuela. Y'all do understand that law enforcement doesn't operate overseas, right? What the fuck? Rubio said something similar yesterday, but Trump immediately undercut that argument by saying the U.S. intended to take over Venezuela's oil fields and run the country. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay. So then he goes on to say this. Indeed, if this is Heather Cox Richardson that I'm reading, by the way. Indeed, if the strikes were a law enforcement operation, officials will need to explain how officers managed to unalive so many civilians as well as members of security forces. Let me see this. Okay, so listen, folks, remember, I'm looking at some of the stuff that's being set up in here. Okay. All right. Sorry. Here we go. All right. So, okay. Whew. Indeed, if the strikes were a law enforcement operation, officials will need to explain how officers managed to kill so many civilians as well as members of security forces. Mariana Martinez of the New York Times reported today that the number of those unalived in the operation has risen to 80. It's actually 80, Tracy. The number of people that are unalived is 80, according to Heather Cox Richardson. Rubio highlighted again that the Trump administration wants to control the Western Hemisphere, and he went on to threaten Cuba. Simon Rosenberg of the Hopium Chronicles articulated that extraordinary smallness of this Trump administration's vision when he wrote, quote, "We must also marvel at the titanic idiocy of our new, quote unquote, Dunroe doctrine, for it turns America from a global power into a regional one by choice. I still can't believe they're going through with this, for it is so batshit fucking crazy." Sounds like Eric Hirschman, doesn't it? And does so much lasting harm to our interests, end quote. Give me 1 second, guys. So, Patriots 147, if you're a real human being, I have extended you an offer to join the panel. You have questions, and I would love to engage with you in those questions. I'm not going to go back and forth with you in the comments. You guys remember, let me handle them. Because when you all handle them, you are allowing them to become the distraction they seek to be. They seek to be a distraction. And when everyone in the comments begins to talk to them, they are winning. Allow me to handle those individuals and let us stay focused on the factual information. Okay? Blinders. If Patriot is really a patriot and would like to discuss why anyone is concerned about what happened in Venezuela, I'm happy to do that with Patriot. As a patriot myself, I would love to have this conversation. So, Patriot, I sent you an invitation. More than willing to send you another one. In this room, we like to have respectful, productive conversations. So if you're game for that, let's get down and let's do it. All you have to do is hit accept to the invitation that I sent you. That's all you have to do. Now, if you choose not to join the panel and you keep popping off in the comments, eventually you'll get muted. Not because like I want to mute you, but because you're not interested in actual discussion and dialogue, right? And you're just here to be a distraction. And it's my responsibility to run this space in a way that is productive. Okay? So just throwing that out there. So let me know what you want to do. Okay? You're welcome, Peaches. All right. So finishing up the rest of this Heather Cox Richardson article, and it's a really important one, y'all. So just listen. And it's irritating me that I pulled it up over here and not over here. So I'm going to pull it up over here so that I can stop going over here to read it. And I can read it right here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, like folks, this is the way that I get down in this space. I just don't do it any other way. This is an app that is supposed to be for adults. And so if you're going to come in here like an adult, gibbering those jaws, then I'm going to expect you to be able to have a conversation like an adult. Yeah, you can have one of those. You don't? No. Okay, well, you don't have to. Here, take it and go plug that up. Yes, baby. You're welcome, Sin. Yes. Well, then get one. All right. So here we are. So, okay. So listen at this. So, shortly after Trump told reporters yesterday that Venezuela's former vice president, now President Delcy Rodriguez, is, quote, essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again, end quote, Rodriguez demanded Maduro's return and said Venezuela would, quote, never again be a colony of any empire, whatever its nature, end quote. Indeed, U.S. extraction of Maduro and threats to, quote unquote, run Venezuela are more likely to boost the Maduro government than weaken it. Now, I also want to point something out that's really important in this. If the point was to end Maduro's reign, then one would think that it would be essential to get rid of those personnel who also were part of Maduro's reign, which would be the vice president, right? So if you do a deal with the vice president that's under Maduro, then obviously you're not interested in ending the Chavez/Maduro reign, right? You're only interested in cooperating and collaborating with the individuals that will give you what you want. In a phone call yesterday, which was today when Heather Cox Richardson wrote this, with Michael Schreier of The Atlantic, Trump threatened Rodriguez, saying that, quote, if she doesn't do what's right, she's going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro, which, oh dear God, does that not sound just like him? End quote. Tonight, which was last night, on Air Force One, Trump told reporters that the U.S., not Rodriguez, is in charge of Venezuela. Trump also told Schreier that he does indeed intend to continue to assert U.S. control in the Western Hemisphere, telling him that, quote, we do need Greenland. Absolutely. We need it for defense, end quote. Greenland is part of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, meaning it is already part of the U.S. national defense. Although he ran for office on the idea of getting the U.S. out of the business of foreign intervention, Trump embraced the idea of regime change in Venezuela, telling Schreier, quote, rebuilding there and regime change, anything you want to call it, is better than what you have right now. Can't get any worse. He continued, rebuilding is not a bad thing in Venezuela's case. The country's gone to hell. It's a failed country. It's a totally failed country. It's a country that's a disaster in every way, end quote. At Strength in Numbers, G. Elliott Morris noted that military intervention in Venezuela is even more unpopular with the American people, quote, than Trump's tariffs and health care cuts, end quote. In September, only 16% of Americans wanted a quote unquote U.S. invasion of Venezuela. 62% of Americans were against invading Venezuela in September of 2025. A December polls shows that 60% of likely voters opposed, quote, sending American troops into Venezuela to remove President Maduro from power. Only 33% approved. Even support strikes against the small boats in the Caribbean could not get majority support, with 53% opposing them, while only 42% approved. Quote, by the time American forces touched Venezuelan soil on early Saturday morning, Trump had already lost the public. End quote. But officials in the administration no longer appear to care what the American people want, instead simply gathering power into their own hands for the benefit of themselves and their cronies, trusting that Republican politicians will go along and the American people will not object enough to force the issue. The refusal of the Department of Justice to obey the clear direction of the Epstein Files Transparency Act seems to have been a test of Congress's resolve, and so far, it is a gamble the administration appears to be winning. Morris notes that a December CBS poll showed that 75% of Americans, including 58% of Republicans, correctly believed a president must get approval from Congress before taking military action against Venezuela. The president did not get that approval. By law, the president must inform the Gang of Eight before engaging in military strikes. But if an emergency situation prevents that notification, then the president must inform the Gang of Eight within 48 hours. The Gang of Eight is made up of the top leaders of both parties in both chambers of Congress, as well as top leaders from both parties on the House and Senate Intelligence committees. Representative Jim Himes, Democrat from Connecticut, who as ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee is a member of the Gang of Eight. And he told CBS's Margaret Brennan this morning, which was yesterday morning, no, he didn't do that, Renee, that neither he nor House Minority Leader and fellow Gang of Eight member Hakeem Jeffries had been briefed on the strikes. He said, quote, I was delighted to hear that Tim Cotton, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, has been in regular contact with the administration. I've had zero outreach, and no Democrat that I'm aware of has had any outreach whatsoever. So apparently we're now in a world where the legal obligation to keep the Congress informed only applies to your party, which is really something, end quote. Now, I'll get there in just a second. Let me finish reading this real quick because I'm almost done. Nonetheless, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, also a member of the Gang of Eight, told reporters that he hadn't been briefed either, and that the administration had deliberately misled Congress in 3 classified briefings before the strikes. In those briefings, officials assured lawmakers that the administration was not planning to take military action in Venezuela and was not pursuing regime change. Quote, they've kept everyone in the total dark, end quote, he said. Nonetheless, Himes told Brennan that he thought Trump's Venezuelan adventure would not go well. Quote, we're in the euphoria period of acknowledging across the board that Maduro was a bad guy and that our military is absolutely incredible. This is exactly the euphoria we felt in 2002 when our military took down the Taliban in Afghanistan in 2003, when our military took out Saddam Hussein in 2011, when we helped remove Muammar Gaddafi from power in Libya. These were very, very bad people, by the way, much, much worse than Maduro in Venezuela, which was never a significant national security threat to the United States. No, mixologists, I think that's an oversimplification of where we are now, because where we are now has been a long time coming. He says, but we're in the euphoria phase. And what we learned the day after that, the euphoria phase, is that it's an awful lot easier to break a country than it is to actually do what the president promised to do, which is run it. let's let my Republican colleagues enjoy their day of euphoria, but they're going to wake up tomorrow morning knowing what? My God, there is no plan here any more than there was in Afghanistan, Iraq, or in Libya, end quote. Representative Ted Lieu was more direct, quote, the U.S. attack on Venezuela is illegal. Congress never authorized this use of military force. I will vote to stop it. This is insane. Healthcare costs and food costs are surging. I'm pointing to my little graphics. It's not Vietnam. They're two different things, folks. They're two different things. Healthcare costs and food prices are surging. Trump's response is, we're going to run another country. Batshit crazy, end quote. Venezuela was repaying Chevron with that oil, China with that oil, with everybody with that oil. Yeah, Scotty ABC, very different. Folks, this is really important for people to really not group things together into places where they don't necessarily go. Like I said, the video that I played earlier from Mr. Global is in my link tree. I highly recommend you go watch it. He is an oil and gas expert. He owns an oil and gas company. He has spoken out very clearly about what a dumb move this was for us, that the American people will pay the price at the pump soon. And yeah, he's world renowned. He's known internationally. His name is Mr. Global. The link is in my link tree. And he has said it's quite simple. U.S. oil and gas companies are not going into Venezuela. They're not going to do that. He said that. He said we told this administration we weren't going before this, and we're not going now. Yes, baby. Oof. What is it, honey? What do you need? And so he has been very clear. Yeah, I know that he tried to sanction ICC judges, but here's my thing. What?
I only order my favorite chips.
Which ones? The green ones or the barbecue?
Barbecue.
They're in there. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me check this for the baby. For the baby girl. Here, watch out. Because I only have a minute.
I'm just staying at mommy's house and now.
Oh, you took them to mommy's house?
And now I just use all them.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I'll get you some. Okay, so listen. This part is really important. Just because something is possible doesn't mean that it's profitable. And the bottom line is, the oil and gas industry has repeatedly demonstrated they are only going to do what is profitable for them. That's it. And it is not profitable to go into Venezuela. The infrastructure to get to that oil is not there at the level that it needs to be. And therefore they are not going to do it. Hey, don't do that. Don't scream in his face. Well, and then you get mad when he's under the bed and you walk by and he goes to get you. It's because you've gotten in his face and screamed. Right. So, yeah, literally in his face. He jumped up here so fast. So this is just the reality, folks. Things that I want people to understand is that if you listen to mainstream media, they're going to say to you, oh, we're fucked because of the oil, da, 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 da. But listen, while it's true that Trump is saying, oh, we're going to get the oil, we're going to do this with the oil, we're going to do that with the oil, blah, 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 blah. The reality is is that it's not a thing that exists at the moment. It's not going to happen. And it is going to be the American people that pay the price, because he operates from a self-centered position and doesn't understand that the world does not cater to him. You have to stop while I work. Okay. Now plug up your thing. I got it for you. Mila, stop whining, because there's nothing wrong. Yes, you do. It's right at your feet. Don't tell me you don't know where it is. You're standing right there. So if you listen to mainstream media and even some content creators that are there just for the shock and awe of it, just for the, EGOT energy all damn day. I need for you all to understand that there are people who want you to ride this emotional roller coaster with them. It's why as soon as you get a news alert from a mainstream media alert, you get another damn alert from their Substack, from their Blue Sky, from their TikTok, from their YouTube, from their Facebook, from their, right? That's why, because they're just regurgitating everything that the mainstream media is saying. And in some cases, elevating the emotional intensity behind it in order to stimulate their stuff. You see what I'm saying? How many times do you need to see the same headline? And do you really think that? So here's the thing. I don't know of a single creator other than Mila. Stop whining if you want to talk, honey. What? What is it? I've already told you yes. So this is something that I really want you all to understand, right? Is understanding, like, are you allowing yourself to be manipulated? Are you riding somebody else's emotional roller coaster in the midst of this madness? And if so, don't complain to me when you feel like you want to throw up. Because I ain't got time for that shit. I'm not riding anybody else's emotional roller coaster and then wondering why I'm sick to my stomach. Absolutely not. I'm watching all of y'all go up and down and loop-de-loos and twist around on all of these things. I'm not doing that. Number one, it detracts from my ability to actually, hone in on what we can do. Does all of this talk about Venezuela help us when it comes to the midterms? Mila, not so loud. The answer is no, it doesn't. Bella, you hear me? I'm just saying. We have actual real work to do. And the work that we have to do is to get ready for these midterms. That's the immediate work. No, they're not. Stop that bullshit. Come on up here, user 5298, whatever. Come on up here. I will happily address that ridiculous statement that you just made. Hey, user 5298, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing just great. So you made this statement that was, both sides are on the same side and they are screwing all of us and you are nobody. Explain. Hold on a second. Hold on. We're going to have a conversation, but you got to let me finish my statement to you. What? Okay. So when you say, I know, we'll fix it. So when you say both sides are on the same side, what side are they both on?
They're on their own side.
What side is that?
They're on the rich side. They have no rules. We don't play in their parties.
Okay, but so that's different than saying, so when you say both sides are on the same side.
I'm talking politicians. I'm talking rich people. I'm not talking about you and me and Democrats and Republicans. I'm talking about the big elite.
Okay, but what I'm talking about just now, so like when you made that comment, I was specifically talking about the midterms in Congress. So when you make that statement, it appears as if you are trying to say that both.
I'm saying no too. I don't mean to interrupt you, but Congress people, they're both on the same side too.
Okay.
I mean, Democrats, Republicans, they're, this is why the country is all messed up. I mean, they're using things that make me not like you and you not like me, and they can get away with a lot of stuff the way they do things, so.
Okay, so let me back up and say this, okay? So one, both parties are not the same. And it's important that we make distinctions between different policy when we talk about how parties are, okay? And I'll give you this example. So if we were discussing Israel, I would join you, and I would say that the vast majority of both parties, not all, but the vast majority of both parties are the same, right? If we were talking about Israel, if we were talking about that, I would say, yep, 100%. And we know that because AIPAC is responsible for 96% of the people that won their elections in 2024. And we know that AIPAC has financed the leadership of both the majority and the minority, right? So with regard to Israel, that's one place where we can say, yes, they're the same. They are not the same, for example, when it comes to healthcare subsidies for the American people to be able to have their insurance, pay their health premiums, and get healthcare. Like the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are not the same with regard to that. They are also not the same with regard to SNAP benefits or with regard to immigration even. They are not the same when it comes to housing. They are not the same when it comes to tax breaks for corporations. Mila, don't do that. Don't wake her up like that, because that's not nice. So I think it's important to not say blanket statements like that without making clear the distinctions where it's just not accurate.
But what has anybody done that they have caught these people using SNAP and this and that, buying houses? I mean,
you can't buy houses with SNAP.
A lot of people have.
No, you can't. How you can't? SNAP is how you buy groceries.
Well, they've used a lot of welfare to buy houses.
Okay, so let me just be clear. SNAP benefits, here's what I would like for you to do. I would like for you to contact your realtor and say, I want to buy a house using SNAP. Because it's simply not possible. Do you know that if you go to the grocery store and you go to buy paper plates, you cannot buy paper plates with SNAP?
Yeah, but they find ways to sell welfare stuff.
No, you can't. No. Do you know how much the average person gets in SNAP benefits?
They get quite a bit.
Do you know how much the average person gets?
Some people can get $3,000 to $4,000 a month.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they don't. The average, so what you're doing right now is you're regurgitating misinformation that's just not true. So the average SNAP benefit is around $180, $188 per person. So even in a 5-person household, I'm not going to hit $1,000. Even in a 5-person household per month, right? So hold on, user. Okay, user. Wait, hold on, because what you got to not do. So listen, I love respectful conversations, which means you can't interrupt and talk over me. Okay, so hold on one second. Yes, Mila. Yes, in just a second. Your mommy's coming. Okay, so what? You're sorry? Okay, well, thank you. Now get your thing and go plug it up. All right, so here's the part that's important. When you qualify for SNAP benefits, okay, SNAP benefits, you have to submit your pay stubs for everybody in the house. You have to submit, all your documentation for what everybody makes. You have to submit your birth certificates for all of your kids. You have to provide your lease, like your actual leasing documents, all of those things in order to get SNAP benefits. Yep, your bank statements, everything in order to get SNAP benefits. People, Social Security numbers, all the things. People do not get SNAP benefits in multiple states. It's just not a thing. It's not a thing because people aren't living in multiple states, right? So here's the thing that's really important. Okay, so listen. I want you to hear me when I say this. One of the things that I'm very big on here is dealing in the actual facts of how things really happen. Okay, and where we have the biggest amounts of fraud take place in this country. And right, in order to get SNAP, you have to prove you're poor. What I can tell you is that more fraud is committed in this country by billionaires and centimillionaires than poor people could ever commit. Yes. I'll give it to when I'm done.
I disagree on that. I mean, I think both sides do a lot of frauding. I'm not saying rich don't do it. I agree with you on that, but other people do it.
Do you know how much money is projected to have been defrauded from the American government from billionaires and centimillionaires not paying their taxes and hiding their money overseas?
Look how much just got frauded out in Minnesota.
No. We're going to stay right here. The question that I ask you is, and this is really important, do you know what amount is estimated to have been frauded from the American government from billionaires and centimillionaires not paying the taxes on their money?
A lot of those people, though, I give them credit, and I'll tell you why. They give people jobs.
No, that's not the question that I ask you. Can you answer the question that I ask you?
Why should they even pay taxes?
I ask you a question.
It still doesn't make sense.
But the question that I ask you is, do you know the amount of income tax that billionaires, centimillionaires don't pay? And that's before we even talk about what they illegally hide offshore.
If they give jobs to people and stuff.
No, that's not what I ask you. We're gonna stick to no. Listen, this is the part. So this is the part where it gets really, really important. Okay, in order to have a productive conversation, we can't pivot from the conversation. If you want to talk about them giving people jobs, we can do that. That has nothing to do with me talking about them intentionally putting their money overseas to not pay taxes on it. That's two different things. And so we're going to take these issues one at a time so that we can have a productive conversation for me and you and the other 500 people in the room. So my question is, do you know how much money the super rich defraud the American government out of by hiding their money overseas?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. So what I will share with you, dear gosh. So according to the Tax Justice Network's 2024 report, the world loses total $492 billion with a B in global tax abuse by multinational corporations and wealthy individuals using overseas tax havens, right? You can actually find out how much of this is in the US, how much of this is other places. But if you look at there's a lot of other estimates that are out there, but that's kind of the most recent consensus as of 2024. When we talk about any type of abuse, if I'm getting SNAP benefits that are $180 per month per person, let's just say I get $500 a month. Do you know how many months and how many people would have to have committed fraud using SNAP to reach $400 billion damn dollars?
That'd take a lot of people.
It would take more people than get SNAP. That's for sure. Because our SNAP budget, do you know what the SNAP budget is for the country in total?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so the total amount of SNAP that we have in this country, and I want to pull it up because I want to say it was $536 million. Not even $1 billion. It was half of $1 billion. But we're talking about $400 billion of fraud that's billionaires and multinational corporations because they're using overseas tax havens, but we don't even spend $500 million to feed people in this country. So it's obvious that there's no way in the world that SNAP fraud of any kind, right, which by the way does not exist in large numbers, it is even remotely compared to what billionaires do.
Well, I mean, I get it. I mean, I think people, they just need to really get out and get jobs.
No, but hold on. Nope, we're not gonna deflect. That's another pivot. I want to stay right here for just a moment because you said I get it. So can you share with me what it is that you get?
The SNAP benefits or what?
So the conversation that we just had, the fact that we spend less than $500 million, we spend right at $500 million a year to feed people who aren't being paid a living wage, right? And over $400 billion is being committed globally from people hiding money in tax havens, multinational corporations, and billionaires. Can you share with me what it is that you're getting from that conversation?
Well, from what you're saying, the rich people are hiding a lot of money.
And so what do we know about whatever is happening with SNAP benefits? It couldn't be enough to instigate anything, right? Now,
I get where you're going at with that.
No,
yes.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm simply stating a fact. There's no way that $500 million, I mean, think about it, how long it would take for $500 million to equal 400 billion, right?
Well, let's go this pivot.
But I don't want to pivot. I want to get to the resolution. So
what about spending all this money in Ukraine and stuff? That's billions of dollars going
okay,
over there.
so but wait, we'll talk about defense. We'll talk about the Department of Defense budgets, but that's completely separate than SNAP. Right. So that funding is completely different. And so here's the difference. If you don't like the way that Congress is appropriating dollars, then you get to go through your elected representative, right? And say, hey, I don't like the way that we're allocating these dollars for whatever we're allocating them for. But that's not that's not the same. So first of all, in the comments, you absolutely have to be respectful. Listen, guys up here, be respectful, no slurs, don't spam my comments, don't type in all caps. I'm serious, regardless of whether that's to me or whether it's to the person on the panel. Be respectful, okay? Don't do that. Number 2, Lisa, there's no these people. So let me just tell you, when you say you can't talk sense with these people, that's the same thing as when they say talk about libtards and this, that, and whatever. Stop doing that. All of that divisive language is not helpful. And I will tell you that on this platform, in this space, I have many, many times had very productive conversations that shift the perspectives of people that started out just like this. So while you may not be able to do that with other people, I successfully do it quite often. So, okay, now, the first thing that I think is very, very important is that people understand why language is important and why it's important to keep issues separate. Because when we mix them up, right, it number one, it's confusing for people. Number 2, it misrepresents data and facts, and it doesn't help us stay clear on what we're talking about. So the first thing that you said was you talked about SNAP benefits and people using SNAP to buy houses, which you can't. You can't even use SNAP to buy paper plates because they're not a food item. The fact that you don't know that tells me you've never had SNAP, correct?
No, I never had SNAP.
Okay. So do you have children?
Yeah, 3.
3. Has your spouse ever, or your children's mother ever had WIC?
No, they haven't.
Okay. So I will tell you this. When I was in the military, when I was in the United States military serving my country, I got paid so little, I qualified for WIC, women, infants, and children. And that is how I afforded my baby formula. and just the basic, the milk, the cheese, the peanut butter, the whatever. It's a specific program, women, infants, and children, WIC. As a military person serving my country, I got paid so little that I could qualify for WIC, right? So it is not a case of going out and getting a job, because I think that most people would agree that if you have signed on the dotted line and you are serving your country, you shouldn't need fucking federal assistance. Correct?
I agree with you there.
Right.
You shouldn't need federal assistance if you're serving in the military.
Right, but we do. And a large percentage of the military actually qualifies for benefits. Give me 1 second. So, approximately 1.2 million veterans receive SNAP. Veterans, people who have already served their country, receive SNAP benefits. And about 12%.
That's a pretty incredible number. I'll give you that one. Yes.
Yeah.
But there.
Well, hold on. Wait, before you say but, let's just sit with it for a second. Let's just sit with that number for a second, right?
Hey.
Okay, because this part's important. Because earlier in this conversation, you said, well, people should get a job. I would think serving the country is a job.
Well, I agree with you there, yeah.
Right. And I think having served your country and having a service-connected disability would mean I should be able to eat at the very least.
Right.
Right. So when we say things like, oh, I think people should just go out and get a job, it's number one, it oversimplifies, it mischaracterizes the problem that exists. The problem that exists in this country is not people not willing to work. The problem that exists in this country is corporations, including the government, oftentimes not paying a livable wage. You hear my granddaughter right now, right? My granddaughter is here because her mother, my daughter, works 2 jobs. Not one, she works 2. 2. And still can't take care of everything that she needs to take care of, much less childcare. That's a whole other thing that we could talk about, right?
Can I ask what state you guys live in?
No, but I will tell you that I live in the South. And the reason I do that is because I have literally had someone on the internet.
I'm not crazy. So,
Yeah, no, not you, but there's 500 people in the room.
Right.
And so somebody literally has threatened to like unalive me and my mother, and I had to get like police involved, and they're a convicted felon now, but I just don't talk about what state I'm in. What I would tell you is that I'm in the South.
Okay.
Right. And so this is the thing that I think is, heavy on the felon. Yeah, he is. But this is the stuff that people don't know.
I understand that if your daughter's working 2 jobs, and she still can't make it, I agree. She does deserve that.
But there's a lot of people that fall into that category. A ton. It is crazy.
There is, but there's a lot of people, I think, that misuses it too, that get on it, and that can get on it through a loophole somewhere.
So that's the thing. The fact that you say that tells me, this is how I know you've never had to apply for it. Because if you ever had to apply for it, you would understand there ain't the damn loopholes. If you've ever had to apply, it's like giving them everything except your firstborn, right? Like
I live in Illinois, and our state's so messed up. They let you vote without even showing a driver's license.
But again, now you're pivoting, and I want to stay right here for just a second. I'm going to give you just a couple of points that I would love for you to check out. So
hold on. I appreciate talking to you. Mm-hmm. I'm in my job right now.
Sure.
So I am working, but I have to load my truck.
Okay. Well, you're welcome back at any point in time, and hopefully you'll continue to listen.
Yeah. Thanks for giving me time. So
yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yep. Okay. So this is the part that's really important, folks, is that when you have people, it matters how you speak. And the other thing that I say a lot, and I hope that you listen to me when I say, is that it's not always about the one person on the panel. It is everybody that's in this room. It's about everybody that's in this room hearing what I just said, right? So if I go back and I give you, hold on one second. So if you go to 2 seconds, y'all. Okay, so October 29th, 2025, there's an article on military.com's website, right? Don't listen, guys. Don't argue. Just listen. I want you guys to listen. Quote unquote, this article is from October 29th, 2025. It is on military.com. Quote unquote, we would not eat. That is how disabled U.S. Navy veteran Juan Sorrow described a life without SNAP, which he and more than 40 million Americans, 1 in 8, rely on for food assistance. About 1.2 million veterans are now enrolled, according to the National Council on Aging. More than 20,000 military families, 213,000 National Guard and Reserve members, and more than 1 million veterans rely on the benefits. Did y'all hear what I said? 20,000 active duty military families are on SNAP. Over 1 million veterans are on SNAP. Almost 250,000 National Guard and reservists are on SNAP. Do not say to me that people just need to not be lazy and go get a job and they won't need SNAP. It is not people being willing to work. But hear me about this. So is someone supposed to go work 2 or 3 jobs so that they make $150 too much to get SNAP, right? Never see their kids, still be struggling to pay their bills? Or should they work 2 jobs or 1.5 jobs, qualify for SNAP, able to feed their families without struggling, and not work themselves to death for a corporation that won't pay them a living wage? You tell me, are people supposed to sacrifice all of their human experience for a paycheck in order to feed their children? That should be, in a civilized society, an automatic thing. Just saying. Like, I'm just tired of hearing that. People should just go get a job. People should just pay a fucking living wage. The largest, richest corporations in this country should not pay the least in taxes or benefits or wages. The largest, richest companies in this country should not pay the least in taxes, benefits, and wages. No matter what Citizens United says, corporations are not people. And while I vehemently disagree with Elise Slotkin, based on her position and her acceptance of APAC money, I absolutely agree with her when she says a corporation that gets federal tax breaks, that gets federal incentives, that gets federal money to be able to build their corporations, should not be allowed to then have their workers be getting federal assistance, because they're double dipping. The federal government doesn't help your business get started, right? Help you make billions of dollars. And then the federal government also have to supplement your workers because you won't pay them a living wage. She's spot on in that regard. So, yes, honey. Oh, you want to come sit by me? Be careful before you fall, okay? Cover your mouth when you fall. Get your sister.
What?
Yeah, and folks, y'all listen, it's not just Walmart. Let me just say this. We give corporations, yes.
So she'll get your sister.
I know. She needs to wake up, tell her. And let me say this also.
They need to
The idea that somebody works in healthcare and he was working and had to go load his truck. The fact that the people that draw your blood, the people that what?
But what this?
I see you.
I can spin.
You know you can spin.
Look.
The fact that the people that draw your blood, the people that check your blood pressure and input all the stuff that the doctors go off on, the fact that those people often still times in this day and age make less than $20 an hour is crazy. Crazy. It's crazy work. Do you know what happens with your treatment in healthcare if the blood is drawn and it's mislabeled or it's not processed accurately or any of those types of things? It's crazy work. Right. Daycare workers. While we're on the subject, we're just I think it's great that Obro brought us into a conversation about SNAP, because now we're going to go from SNAP all the way into groceries. And this is an article, and again, I'm going to pull it up over here. I'm kind of mad at myself that I didn't put it up over there, but hold on. Yes. You got to stop running around. You're making yourself cough. Go drink some water.
They already did.
Well, you need some more water.
It's
Yes.
making me cough.
Because you're running around. Okay.
I'm not coughing this in.
I'm going to give you some.
I cough.
I don't like it that you do either. Okay, so I'm going to read for you this report. I'm pulling it up over here because this report came out, and I'm going to share it over here on the screen. If you are watching and anywhere else except over here, yes, Blue Honey Pot is the water's fault. So how many of you all know that under the umbrella of the USDA, the Economic Research Service under the U.S. Department of Agriculture puts out a report called the Food Price Outlook every year? Did you all know that? The newest one will come out January 23rd of this year. That includes October through December, but it does. So what I'm giving to you right now, it summarizes the September 2025 food price outlook forecast, okay, which incorporate the August 2025 consumer price index and the producer price index numbers, okay? So I'm going to give you some information from this document for you, because this absolutely is coming from the USDA, from the government, from the current administration. And here's what it says. The all items consumer price index, right, not seasonally adjusted, which is a measure of economy-wide inflation, increased 0.3% from July 2025 to August 2025 and was up 2.9% from August of 2024. Hey, Bella, come on, love. I'm going to say that again. Listen to what I'm saying. The all times consumer price index, which is a measure of economy-wide inflation, increased 0.3% from July 2025 to August 2025 and was up 2.9% from August of 2024. Food prices rose faster than overall inflation. The consumer price index, right. So, Mila, hold on one second. I got to get this little one. I know. I see you, sis. I see you. All right.
But I think you missed it.
No, I didn't miss it. I saw you. Don't stand on that. Listen, baby, if you stand on that chair and you go to slide in that office chair across the floor, you can hurt yourself really badly. So you need to be super careful and don't stand on it. You can sit with your bottom in the chair, not with your feet or your knees. Bottom. Okay. So, let me make sure I'm sharing. Okay, I am. Awesome. All right. So listen, food prices rose faster than overall inflation. The CPI for all food increased 0.4% from July to August of 2025. Food prices in August of 2025 were 3.2% higher than in August of 2024. The level of food price inflation varies depending upon whether the food was purchased for consumption, at home, or away from home. The food at home, which is like your grocery store or your supermarket food purchases, that CPI increased 0.4% from July to August and was 2.7% higher than in August of 2024. The food away from home, your restaurants and your other food service purchases, increased 0.3% from July to August and was 3.9% higher than August of 2024. In 2025, this is the Economic Research Service's September 2025 forecast. In 2025, overall food prices are anticipated to rise faster than the historical average rate of growth. In 2025, prices for all food are predicted to increase 3%, with the prediction interval of 2.6% to 3.4%. Food at home prices are predicted to increase by 2.4%, right? Yeah, I have, Gunkel. Food at home prices are predicted to increase at 2.4%. I want you to stop running around, Sissy. You're making yourself cough. Drink some water, please, and stop running. Now, listen to this. In 2026, overall food prices are expected to increase more slowly than the historical average rate of growth, right? In 2026, prices for all food are predicted to increase 2.7%. At home prices, 2.3%. Away from home prices, 3.3%. Hey, Abu Binks, yes.
I drink water keep making me cough because I want to lie.
Yeah, you need to just take sips, not big gulps. And then sit down. This is not my opinion. This is literally, she's just had a cold, Abu Binks. This is what's really important, folks, about this information. I'm actually reading this from the Trump administration's website. This is from the USDA's website. This is not some left-wing liberal agenda, some left-leaning think tank. This is literally from the USDA's website. It's just incredibly important. You can look at the consumer price index. You can look at the producer price index, as well as the historical data. Yes.
I just drink it and it keep making me cough.
Well, you have to sit down for a minute and settle down. Okay. So I am going to put, as always, the link to these summary findings in here for you. Right. Jan B, I don't know what you're saying where you're saying 3% is the norm. 3% of what is the norm? Because literally what I'm reading to you is when they say it's going to be above or below. So I'm just going to read this one sentence, okay? In 2020, I'm not talking about inflation, Jan B, though. This is not inflation. I'm literally not discussing inflation. I am discussing the consumer price index for food. And it's a measure, it's one measure of economy-wide inflation, but this is not, I'm not discussing inflation. I'm discussing specifically the consumer price index. Alaikum salam. That's what I'm discussing. I think that it's really important that when we're talking about this type of information, that we don't add to and we don't take away. And this is on food that is not seasonal. Correct. Correct, Scotty. And I'm discussing food that is not seasonal. So like this is one measure of economy-wide inflation, but this is not discussing inflation. Like just as a thing. So I'm putting the link to the information that I just shared with you in my link tree. So that people can actually read it for themselves and listen to what is being said. Okay. Did it give me a title? So in my link tree, it's called Food Price Outlook Summary Findings. And it's from the USDA. And then on the 23rd of this month, we will get the numbers that were included for October, November, and December, because those numbers have not been included yet. Okay. And I think it's really important that people know that. Okay. All right. So here we go. But I pulled that up because while I do not believe that what's happening in Venezuela or what's happening in Nigeria or anywhere else, I don't believe those things to be quote unquote distractions in and of themselves. I do believe that they are part of other agendas that help take the focus off of what's happening with healthcare costs, what's happening with healthcare insurance and healthcare insurance premiums, what's happening with the cost of groceries, what's going to end up happening to the cost of your gas at the pump, right? I think it's helpful that it takes that it kind of takes the attention away from those things, and it helps take the attention away from the Department of Justice's non-compliance with the Jeffrey Files Act, right? Not to mention Jack Smith's testimony on Friday, on New Year's Eve. What a coinky-dink that a couple of days after that testimony is put out and made available to absolutely everybody, all of a sudden, other stuff is happening, right? And it's not all Desi, I'm gonna come over there and just snap you up. It is not deflection. It is not distraction. It is all multiple prongs of their fucking agenda, just done in a deliberately timed way. Venezuela has been a fucking plan for a very long time. It is also in Project 2025. Now, they would be dumbasses to not use that part of the plan at a time when they can get you to turn your neck away from Jack Smith testifying with his brilliant, fact-based, evidence-having ass. But that doesn't make it a distraction or a deflection. It's not. It's still valid. It is valid. This is the part that I really want you to understand. All of the things are valid. All of these things are in the book. They're just being very strategic as to when they do certain things. What can we utilize to our advantage? What maybe is in the timeline and we weren't going to do it in the timeline for maybe 30 days or 45 days, but now we can pop up that timeline. And if you don't think that all of this bullshit is connected, and if you believe that the opposition leader for Venezuela is going to be amazing, I do want you to know, we all do understand she's right wing. Does everyone know that the Venezuelan opposition leader is extremely right wing? And do you know that she loves Israel? Do you know that she loves Israel? I'm going to play a little clip for you of her, in case you had not heard it. Ah, that's Jack again. Oh, I better have her over here. I better have. Oh, here it is. Okay, sweet. Yep, she also worked with Chavez. Thank you, Mr. Barrios. Where is she? There she is. All right, you ready? You want to hear it? Here it goes. Bella Magoo. All right, here we go.
I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
I promise we one day will have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel.
I myself look forward to visit the State of Israel as soon as we conquer freedom. We will prevail.
And I can announce this, that our government will move our Israeli embassy to Jerusalem.
I would like to thank
and our government will move our Israeli embassy to Jerusalem. Yeah, I knew she dedicated her Peace Prize to Trump. Thank you. Thank you. And shouldn't be, because in bed and sleep before mid. So I don't know if maybe she's trying to battle off something or what.
She was tired yesterday because she fell asleep at the house at
well,
6.
She still fell asleep decently early last night. Can you just check her, make sure she doesn't have a fever? Thanks. So yeah, you love the Dexter music in the background. Yeah. So I think that it's just really important, folks, that when we say, right, well, Trump is saying she's not popular enough to hold the country because he used her for what he wanted to use her for, and now he doesn't need her anymore, right? We understand that to be a thing. Yeah, he just messaged me and said, when is he supposed to come here? And I said, whenever you want to.
Okay.
So I just think that it's incredibly important, folks, that a couple of things happen. No, she just got off her first job. Nope. She's already been to work today to the first job. So, our government needs another revenue source for their slash and burns. No, so that's the thing, Reenie Beanie. If you're just now joining me and you didn't hear Mr. Global, the article, the video that I played for Mr. Global, that's not what Venezuela is going to be. The oil and gas industry has said unequivocally, we're not going to fucking Venezuela. It's not profitable enough for us to go. Venezuela does not have the infrastructure for the level of oil production that would make it worth it for us to go. The country is not stable enough for us to go. The only reason that Chevron is still there is to recoup the $4 billion they've already lost in Venezuela. So this is not that simple. I think this is the way that that for whatever reason, you got to ask yourself, what's the benefit of getting people to believe that's what this is about? Even though I agree that oil is the talking point, right? And do I think that Trump believes the oil nonsense he's saying? Sure. I think he does, because he literally doesn't have a fucking clue what he's talking about the vast majority of the time. But I think there's a long game here. And I think that long game has more to do with just Venezuela. It is not distraction, for fuck's sake. Bernard, you know better. I keep telling you all, folks, this is not distraction. It is not distraction. It is not. I want you all to stop saying that. Tell the Venezuelan people this is a distraction. Tell the 80 people who were just unalived this weekend. Tell the people from the other oil tankers that this was a distraction. Tell them this is not a distraction. Listen, you don't write a 900-page manifesto for distractions. You do not write a 900-page manifesto for it to be a distraction. Both things can be happening at the same Vashti, but none of this is a distraction. I'm going to give you an example of a distraction. A distraction is when you change the name of a Navy boat back to the name of a white supremacist. That's what you do. No, she may just not be feeling well today, Michelle. She's not always on. You know what I mean? That's a distraction. Distractions are shit that don't have any consequences. What's happening right now is a consequence. It has significant consequences for this country, for us at the pumps, and for other countries all around the world. This is not a distraction. It has consequences. It has a consequence. What's up, Tim Burke? Guys, it's so important for us not to just regurgitate a lot of the things that we hear, and think critically. Take an assessment of what's happening, and then go listen to people that are experts in that matter. I'm not going to tell you what about oil and gas. I'm going to go listen to Mr. Global. I'm going to go listen to Matt, a dude that is internationally recognized as an oil and gas expert who owns an oil and gas company. And I'm going to let him tell you that this is dumb. I'm going to let him tell you that this is even stupider. This is even worse than the 2020 OPEC deal. I'm going to let him tell you why Chevron is there. I'm going to let him tell you that they have already told this administration big oil and gas companies are not going to Venezuela. They told this administration that before they went in there and got Maduro. Why am I going to say that? Why am I going to do that? Because he's the expert. And I promise, this dude knows more than anybody sitting behind a damn desk or sitting on TikTok, unless you're on his page. Right? When I want to see how the current politics of this country relates to history and historical context and legal context, I'm going to read Heather Cox Richardson, hands down, all day, every day. That's where I'm going. What's up, Mo? Yeah, that's just not a thing. Mr. Barrios, you know when the first time I heard him say that was? It was back in 2024, prior to the election. And he was saying, when he was talking about everybody talking about, oh, Trump back in oil, and all the Trump supporters were going, drill, baby, drill, drill, baby, drill. And he was like, that's not a thing. He said, do you know when oil and gas companies drill? When it's profitable. Do you know when they don't drill? when it's not profitable. He said, I don't care what you say. If it is not profitable, they ain't drilling. And he's right. They're not going to. I mean, if you've never heard him talk about the difference between Keystone and Keystone XL and what did or didn't happen, like, folks, I encourage you to go. I have said this for a year and a half now. Follow Mr. Global. When I want to understand what's happening with gas and oil, I get it from Mr. Global. It's how I learned to go read about oil production in this country and which websites it was on and how I could figure out the cost per barrel per day. And then, not just every oil can be refined, and what happened to our refining factories in 2018, thanks to the first Trump administration. Like, it's in my link tree. If you want to go look up the 2018 oil bust, that's his name, Mr. Global. That's his name, David, Mr. Global. On TikTok, on everywhere. And the video that I just played earlier is in my link tree. So just saying, there's a reason why he's my go-to for those types of things, right? He was in Forbes today. Yeah, because they were all, so when he recorded the video that I played for you earlier on this live, okay, he said, all of these media outlets are contacting me. I've been traveling all day. I'm going to try to put out it's a 20-minute video, and I'm going to try to summarize in this 20-minute video what you need to know about what happened with Venezuela and why this is dumber than what Trump did in 2020. He literally said that, right? And he said, they're all reaching out to me and I haven't had a chance to do whatever. So does it surprise me that today he's in Forbes? No, I would imagine. Hey, Shimmy, right? I would imagine that he would be, because they were all trying to get a hold of his ass yesterday when he put out that video. But this is the place where, like, seriously, this is get us all the way together, Stacy. 100% getting us all the way together. So the reason why this title up here says the madness, the mayhem, and your mental health is because I absolutely wanted to have a conversation with you all about Venezuela, about Israel. I don't know how many of you all know that, and I'm sure some of my solid ass followers do. How you all do know that Israel is now saying that Doctors Without Borders cannot come into Palestine. They can't come in. Hey, Mimi, don't bring that over here, because remember last time you broke this podcast light? I need you to keep the chair over there. So, along with a list of others, exactly. Give me a second. All right. So, I want to read to you a statement from Doctors Without Borders that came out on the 2nd. Okay. Hold on one second.
I can go and spin.
I know you can. All right. All right. So this is from not a lot, Scotty. I would have to look into it. Okay, so I want to read this to you all. This is from Doctors Without Borders. It's from January the 2nd. Israel's threat to withhold registration from Doctors Without Borders and other international non-governmental organizations is a cynical and calculated attempt to prevent organizations from providing services in Gaza and the West Bank, which is in breach of Israel's obligations under international humanitarian law. Denying medical assistance to civilians is unacceptable under any circumstance, and it is appalling to use humanitarian aid as a tool of policy or collective punishment. Now is the time for action. Israel is escalating its grave attack on the humanitarian response in Gaza and the West Bank, directly threatening medical care and humanitarian aid for civilians. MSF unequivocally refutes, that's the Doctors Without Borders, but it's just whatever. So MSF unequivocally refutes the allegations made by the Israeli authorities in recent days. MSF would never knowingly employ anyone involved in military activities, which contradicts our core values and ethics. If the descriptions of what our teams see with their own eyes in Gaza, death, destruction, and the human consequences of genocidal violence are unpalatable to some, the fault lies with those committing these atrocities, not with those who speak out about them. I'm going to stop and I'm going to read that again because I really want you all to hear. Yes, Donna Jean, they do. Okay, so listen, Donna Jean was excited because we're on the gram as well today. All right, so good afternoon, Sandy. People were worried about you. Glad to see you up and moving. All right, so here we go. I'm going to read this part again. MSF unequivocally refutes the allegations made by the Israeli authorities in recent days. MSF would never knowingly employ anyone involved in military activities which contradicts our core values and ethics. If the descriptions of what our teams see with their own eyes in Gaza, death, destruction, and the human consequences of genocidal violence, are unpalatable to some, the fault lies with those committing these atrocities, not with those who speak out about them. MSF has legitimate concerns about the registration requirement to share personal information of our Palestinian staff with Israeli authorities. This is heightened by the fact that 15 MSF colleagues have been killed by Israeli forces since October 2023. In any context, especially one where medical and humanitarian workers have been intimidated, arbitrarily detained, attacked, and killed in large numbers, demanding staff lists as a condition for access to territory is an outrageous overreach. It also undermines humanitarian independence and neutrality and is made all the more dangerous by the absence of any clarity about how such sensitive data will be used, stored, or shared. Yet, rather than engage with MSF to hear our concerns, the ministry in charge of the registration process has ignored our repeated requests for a meeting and accused us in the media of knowingly harboring alleged terrorists. Israeli forces have killed and wounded hundreds of thousands of civilians, deliberately destroying essential infrastructure and targeting medical staff, humanitarians, and journalists. Give me 1 second, y'all. Can't fall anymore without holding on. Hold on, y'all. I'm almost finished resetting this thing. Israeli forces have killed and wounded hundreds of thousands of civilians, deliberately destroying essential infrastructure and targeting medical staff, humanitarians, and journalists. It has taken control of more than half of the Gaza Strip, forced the population into ever-shrinking areas under inhumane conditions, and manufactured shortages of basic necessities. I'm reading a statement by Doctors Without Borders. By blocking and delaying the entry of essential goods, including medical supplies. Currently, MSF supports 1 in 5 of Gaza's hospital beds and assists. Who banned you? Bananaed. Who bananaed you? Israel has no empathy for Gaza. Israel has, that's why I'm reading it, A-Money. I'm reading, this is the statement that Doctors Without Borders put out after Israel banned them. Yeah, that's the statement that I'm reading. Currently, MSF, which is Doctors Without Borders, supports 1 in 5 of Gaza's hospital beds and assists, the filled ones are Bella's. Okay. Is nowhere near enough to meet the needs of Palestinians, yet removing it will have a terrible cost. For Israel to block MSF and dozens of other organizations from providing services to Palestinians after Israeli forces have obliterated Gaza's health system is an escalation of the attacks carried out against Palestinians during the last 2 years. Services available for people in Gaza now are far less accessible than what is needed, precisely because of the blockades and restrictions imposed by Israel. For the 3rd winter in a row, the Gaza Strip has been battered by dropping temperatures, torrential rain, and heavy winds. Weather conditions have destroyed and flooded the makeshift shelters people are living in, while Israel continues to block the entry of supplies like tents, tarpaulins, and temporary housing. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that's got to happen. Give me 1 second. Is she hot, Anaya?
No.
Okay, because then she got to make it happen.
She was awake, and then I had to wake me and she fell asleep.
Yeah. She's all out of sync. Okay. Now the Israeli government seeks to ban what little aid and services do exist. MSF continues to seek engagement with Israeli authorities so we can maintain our vital activities and support Gaza's decimated health system. Allowing humanitarian aid in Gaza, I love this line. Listen to this. Allowing humanitarian aid in Gaza is not a favor. It is an obligation under international law. Today, more than ever, Palestinians need more services, not less. And that's the end of the article. I want to say something to you all about that statement, about allowing assistance, humanitarian aid in Gaza is not a favor. It's obligation under international law. The reason I want to reiterate that is that, listen, folks, you cannot just say, well, I like this law, but only when it applies to what I like for it to do. It is a statement from Doctors Without Borders from January 2nd. So it's very important for people to understand this. You don't get to say, oh, I like the fact that the president used military force and put our troops into Venezuela because I don't like Maduro and I think this is great for people. You can think it's great, but you don't get to violate the law because you fucking think it's great. Because you do understand that there are people that might rob a grocery store because they want to eat. And they might think it's great that they get to eat, right? But that doesn't mean that they can break the law to do it. That's the point. And I really want people to understand something. If you support the Trump administration's actions in Venezuela, if you support this idea that the United States of America and other Western countries or any other countries are going to dictate to Palestine what it needs and how it should live, I really need you to sit with the fact that that is a colonizer's mindset. It is a colonizer mindset that you think you should be able to take over a people because you think you know what's best for them and facilitate that without invitation or input from those people. And there might be some of you all that say, oh, well, I'm a person of color and I support that. And guess what I'm going to say to you? That is not surprise there with your, what's it called, y'all? When you, what's it called? Stockholm syndrome. It doesn't surprise me that people of color now have colonizing ideas. That doesn't surprise me. It's all you've lived. It doesn't surprise me. There was a time when Tina loved Ike. Not my daughter going, but I'm just saying. I'm going to say that part again. Yeah, there was a time when Tina liked Ike. She loved Ike. You have to understand. And listen, I can call a thing, and Bobby loved Whitney. You best believe it. And Whitney loved Bobby. Absolutely. But listen, here's the thing, folks. Like, real talk. The only way that we create a country and a society that we deserve is when you understand exactly what you have currently. And you have to be willing to call a thing in order to change it. In my opinion, oh my God, where's the article? Watch me not be able to find it now, but give me a second. I'm going to lay something out with y'all because I'm working on an article for my Substack, and I've been sick. Y'all hear how stuffy I am. I've been under the weather for a couple of days, and my aunt passed night before last. Well, hi, girl. I have something for you. Did mommy show you? Did you show her?
Yeah. She already has one over there.
Mama.
They've also watched
Thanks, hey, money. Are they?
Yeah. Imagine a change all these dirty strips.
Okay.
What'd she say?
I don't know, but they're about to argue.
What, baby?
So just handle it for me real quick.
What's wrong with you?
Okay. Right, which. Okay, so let me find this. Congress report. Where's the...
Oh, you're not playing what?
What is her name? Her name is Lisa.
You guys are going to watch videos, right?
Yes. Ha. Okay, so I found this in a congressional archive. So there is a report. It's a congressional report. It's a CRS report. The CRS product number is R47885. The topic is Homeland Security and Emergency Management, Justice and Law Enforcement. The publication date is December 29th of 2023, and the author is Lisa Sacco. And I just want to read to you this first line. And follow me on this, okay? Let me share this with you all so you all can see what I'm doing. Donna, I don't know what you mean. I'm still live. Everywhere. Okay, so, yes.
What's her pin?
Who, what?
What's her pin?
She knows it.
She knows. That's why she's...
Girl. I cannot with you.
Oh, no. I tried.
Jesus. I need to change it because I just put in something crazy at first, and so I need to change it to one that she'll remember. Okay, so listen, I want to read this to you all. If you've never read congressional reports, they're an interesting read sometimes, and so I want you all to follow me on this part. You ready? All right, here it is. Here's the summary. And how about this? I'm going to, well, let me just read this part, because it's really only the first part that I want, and then I can build on it. You guys ready? It says, quote, the federal government defines domestic terrorism as ideology-driven crimes committed by individuals in the United States that are intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or influence the policy or conduct of a government. Now, it goes on to say federal definitions of domestic terrorism are found in the USA Patriot Act, the Homeland Security Act, Title 28 of the Code of Federal Regulations. That's where they exist. But listen to this. This is the part that I really want to break it down for y'all. Can we connect some dots? The federal government defines domestic terrorism as ideologically driven crimes. So what is that? Let's do ideologically driven crimes. I'm going to do ideologically driven meaning. So Ideologically driven means actions, decisions, or thinking that are primarily motivated by a specific set of beliefs, principles, doctrines, ideology, rather than by practical concerns, evidence, or objective reality, right? If you look at it, there's a U.S. government key term. Ideological orientation refers to an individual's or a group's set of beliefs, values, and preferences regarding political issues, which significantly influences their perspectives on governance and policy. So based on that definition, go with me, y'all. And every time I do this, I think, girl, you just keep playing with fucking fire, but I can't not keep saying it. I really believe there's a reason this keeps coming up for me to say. So here we go. It is incredibly important. So what do we know? I'm going to pull up something real quick and I'm going to read it. So, hold on. Give me 1 second. I don't want this. Okay. So based on that, so listen to this. I just want you to hear this. If I were to say to you, yep, I got you, Sandy. Appreciate you. Because we're about to have a good time with this if y'all are ready. Okay. I'm resetting this really quickly. Maybe. What's she doing?
She wanted to come with me.
She's gonna walk with you. I figured she might.
She does have to come back though in a little bit because me and I have to go to CVS.
Okay.
This afternoon.
Okay. Can you all take packages for me?
I can ask her.
I don't see why she wouldn't. Does she need to drive my car or is her car?
We were gonna use mine, but you know all this stuff.
I would say use mine.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just need to add some additional tape and I will give you guys some packages. So when you bring Mila back.
Will it be something we can just leave in a blue box?
Yes. Like it's those over there. And I'm actually going to tell you where to go drop them off at. Because it's right over there off of, not me about to give fucking roads and shit. Not me about to give roads.
Right.
It's the place that I passed where I told you over there.
Last time? Or no?
No, it's over there by QT. I'll tell you when you come back. I caught all of mine, right? Okay, so here we go. Okay, so listen. I want you to listen to what I'm saying right here. So let's just say that this is an organization. So remember what I just read to you. So let me build off of it. Y'all don't laugh at me. Okay, the federal government defines domestic terrorism as ideologically driven crimes. Can you do me one favor before you leave?
Yeah.
Will you put a soda for me in the freezer? I need the carbonation. Okay, so the federal government defines domestic terrorism as ideologically driven crimes committed by individuals in the United States that are intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or influence the policy or conduct of a government. Okay, now listen to this. Our mission, I'm reading this as if I'm part of this organization. Our mission is to formulate and promote conservative public policies based on the principles of free enterprise, limited government, individual freedom, traditional American values, and a strong national defense. We are fighting to restore self-governance so that all Americans can live a quote-unquote good life. Conservatives must set the agenda, earn a mandate for that agenda, and govern accordingly. So listen to what I'm saying right now. Do I sound like I have a particular ideology? Do I sound like I am articulating a specific ideology? I do, don't I? A very specific one. Now, the second part is, so we know that I have an ideology, right? So the second part is, it also says they have to be ideologically driven crimes, right? So we're going to take the crimes part out right here. But now I want to go to the next part. So now what we have to ask ourselves is the ideology intended to coerce or intimidate a civilian population or influence the policy or conduct of our government? That's the next question. So first, because we have 3 boxes to tick. The first box is, do we have an established ideology? And the answer is yes. The next box is it meant to either intimidate or coerce civilians or influence the government policy, right? That's the second part. You ready? So let's read on what they continue to say. Over the next 2 years, we will engage in Washington to dismantle the deep state and in the states to restore the family, rebuild American institutions, and restore opportunity for all. We are committed to promoting human flourishing for all Americans and championing the policies that get us there. We will advocate for America to protect its sovereignty, defend its borders, and defeat globalism. We are casting a vision for 9 of the most important challenges facing America, some familiar and others new. Policymakers must address these challenges to make America stabler, stronger, and safer today and for generations to come. So does that sound like I want to use my ideology, if I'm them, right, to either influence or coerce people or influence policy or the government? It sounds like this is ideology that is meant to influence or coerce government and policy, right? So the next question is anybody committing a crime in furtherance of this ideology? So things that we know have been done that have been overturned in court, that would mean that they were illegal when they happened, correct? So I'm just going to give an example. If, for example, the President of the United States issued an executive order and a court later said, yeah, no, that order doesn't stand because it was illegal. In any other way, you would consider that if something is not legal, that makes it illegal, which would make it what? If you weren't the quote unquote president, right? Is anybody following me? If it ain't legal, it's illegal. And then you have to ask what's being done behind the scenes that may also be illegal to get those things to take place, right? So based on that congressional definition of domestic terrorism and what it means, the ideology that I just read to you is directly from the website of the Heritage Foundation. I first began reading on their About page, and then I went to their priority page. And the reason I went to the Heritage Foundation's priority page is because one of the things these little individuals are good at doing is they are great at planning. And they tell everybody what their plans are. They put them out on the internet for you to read. It's important that you become informed as to what they intend to do. Okay? What's up, Mohammed? Salam. So they want to counter the CCP. Why is that? Okay, so what does that mean exactly? Counter the CCP. Now, do you know what's interesting? No, they're not fucking. Yeah, they're sincere. They're sincere in they're sincere in their ideology. Absolutely. Do they give a shit about all Americans? Absolutely not. Oh, the CCP is the Chinese Communist Party, people. So here's what's interesting for me. Do you want to know what the Heritage Foundation's number one priority is? The Chinese Communist Party. It's not Venezuela. Do you know what they say? Listen, it says the Heritage will expose U.S. firms lobbying for Chinese clients and work to end the flow of ethanol from China that is unaliving 100,000 Americans per year. They say they will develop a China-resistant economy. How is that? When minerals from China are used to make 90% of the antibiotics that we use. Minerals from China we need for our own national security. It's just wild to me. But okay, bro. It sounds good. Right, and hold our dead. Just saying. Listen to this. They want to eliminate regulation, eliminate inflation and spending. Eliminate regulation, inflation, and spending. What in the world? So do we do understand that regulations is how we keep big corporations in check and from unaliving us at any given moment. Here's the thing. Here's what we know is without regulations, corporations will unalive Americans all day long. I mean, that's just a fact, people. That's the only reason you fucking know who Aaron Brockovich is. Ask yourself, do we need regulations? Ask yourself, would we need Aaron Brockovich? Right. Not yet. Yeah, you better watch these databases, these big data centers. That's a problem. That's a problem. I can't with them. Ooh. They literally said parents, not bureaucrats, should be, all right, within one heart, should be making decisions about their education. Now, let me ask you this, like real talk, folks. Is that true? Should parents be making decisions about their children's education? Because I'm going to tell you my answer is no. Unless you as a parent are an educator and an expert in education, sit the fuck down. You be an expert on being a parent, which means you talk to those people that are experts and you find out what are the best things for your child to know in order for them to succeed and for them to grow and for them to be competitive in the world. I know. Listen, I see some of you. Can y'all imagine some of the parents that you see on social media and that they should be determining what happens with their children's education? Some parents being involved in their children's education and thinking that they know more than experts is the reason we have the highest rate of fucking measles in this country in the last 30 years. Parents thinking they know more than experts is the reason we have the highest rate of measles that we've had in 30 years. And then standing around talking about, well, these were eradicated. Not the fuck if we don't get immunized. They don't stay eradicated. It's a problem. Listen to this. So this is also another policy priority. Every child conceived deserves to be born to a married mother and father who will love, guide, and protect them throughout their lives. Did y'all hear that? I'm going to repeat it again. Every child conceived deserves to be born to a married mother and father who will love, guide, and protect them throughout their lives. Sounds like ideology to me. It sounds like ideology meant to coerce, intimidate civilian population, and to influence government policy. Is what it sounds like to me. Here's my thing. Every child born deserves to not be sent to the predator's house for massages and spa trips. Every 16-year-old that wants a modeling career deserves not to have nasty predator, wrinkled old men exploit them. And you get what I'm saying, right? Every child born deserves to eat. Could we just fucking start there? Every child born deserves to eat. Every child born deserves health care. Every child born deserves a house. Every child born deserves. Oh, thanks, Missy. Accurate education, even if uncomfortable. Every child born deserves for their perpetrator to be held accountable, regardless of his position in office or in corporations or the amount of money in their bank or who his fucking friend is. Every child born deserves to have their perpetrator brought to justice, regardless of their position, their political status, who their friends are, what corporation they run, and how much money they have in the fucking bank. See, children deserve families not just in a particular infrastructure that looks appealing to certain people and looks civilized to certain people and looks Western to certain people and white to certain people, which, if you're guessing, the picture on the fucking Heritage Foundation's page is a white couple. White dude. And can I explain to y'all how this works? Can I show y'all how this picture works? Let me show to you how this works. So I'm going to share my screen with you. And I'm going to show you how this works in media. Are you ready? I'm going to show you how this works in media. This is how it works in media. So when you see this image, I want you to notice this is a white dude. I want you to notice that the man is automatically higher than the woman because in their eyes, he has dominion over her. Okay? I want you to notice that he is holding the child and simply allowing her to participate. I want you to notice that it's a boy dressed in red. You have to pay attention to the way that media has always been portrayed. Right. And you have to look at this looking to be an extremely young person and him with Abe Lincoln's beard and shit. And the wrinkles, which would indicate some sort of age on him. Because this could actually be Pop. Right. And he is to the forefront. This is the way, right, Renee, everything has purpose in media. This is when you have to start really be paying attention to the way media is used. I'm going to give you another example. I saw an article the other day about a Black dude who had unalived his baby mama and the baby. And the picture in the magazine was just his mugshot, was just him. White dude unalived his wife and 2 girls. The picture was of all of them when they were a happy ass family. These things are found all throughout our media all the time. The framing. It's all the time. You will see language that either ages Black children, right? Or makes white boys young. Right. And once you start noticing, you cannot stop. It is very deliberate. So, where is the page that I was on? Sorry, y'all. I just got all over the place. Wow. And by the way, there's like bigger segments to this. So they have these things broken down. So let me just be clear. The Heritage Foundation has a segment called Life. And under Life, there's also, they come down to like marriage, family and marriage. And then they come down to other things. So let me just, hold on. March 1st of 2023, they authored a report called, quote, a pro-life agenda for the 118th Congress. Huh? What do you mean no audio? Chris, can you guys hear me? It's here for you? Okay, great. She confused the hell out of me just now. Okay, great. It is really important, folks, that we become aware. These folks aren't taking a break. They are a continual machine of this information. They are a continual machine that puts out this information. You hear me? And it is important that we become a machine for accurate information. Accurate information. So let me just be clear. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, okay, the Heritage Foundation is, in my opinion, what I would consider to be a domestic terrorist organization. I believe that they are ideologically driven. I believe that they use that ideology to put forth plans, actions that coerce, influence, and even in some cases dismantle the government. I believe that they do it in a way that targets anyone that doesn't agree with their ideology. I believe that some of their some of their manifestos are meant to specifically target and make enemies of and legal terrorists of people who disagree with them. So that would make Project 2025 a manifesto. That's what it would be. Yeah, Scotty, they dropped them when I was in South Korea. So I think that in 2026, we have to, what ticks the third box, Lanny, the crimes, that's what I was saying, is when you look at the court cases, for example, Heritage Foundation spelled out immigration, right, in Project 2025. The Trump organization's execution of those plans makes it a crime. Deporting innocent people, ignoring federal judges, right? I think that an argument can be made that there is a connection, a significant connection between Project 2025 and the actions of the Trump organization, especially with Russell Vought, one of the primary authors of that manifesto, in the White House. And so, right. Well, so there's many different crimes, Missy. The crime is illegally deporting people. The crime is illegally detaining people. The crime is ignoring a federal judge. The crime is dismantling, literally, USAID and USAID and the Department of Education and all of those types of things. Like, those are the crimes from an ideology perspective, from an attempt to change government policy. That meets the domestic terrorism definition as outlined by Congress. And that for me is where a lot of focus should be given. And I'm just going to say this with 10 toes down and all my chest out. Unless Tim Walz truthfully does not believe he can be a good governor for Minnesota, I think resigning was the worst thing he could do. I think this is how the Democratic Party continues to fucking lose, because a Republican doesn't give a shit what kind of scandal, what kind of threat, what kind of investigation. They are going to stay in that position until the people vote them the fuck out. And I think Democrats go, ooh, you might not be reelected. Who the fuck? So wait and see. Let him be primaried. No, what he said is that he's not going to run for a third term. Now, if he has just, after all of this, said this is too much for me, fine. But if this is because of that fake ass Somali bullshit, which was really started and run by a white woman, Amy Bach, by the way, is her name, and the investigation started years ago, by the way, listen, unless it's just that, yeah, but Elaine, they've been getting threats. This is nothing new. They've been getting threats. And before anybody says to me that, oh, they're getting threats and that's an excuse, I'm going to tell you to go talk to Sasha and Malia and Michelle Obama. And then go talk to Stacey Abrams. And then go talk to Ilmar Ohan. And then go talk to AOC. And then go talk to every person of color that is doing the fucking work. I don't want to hear, I'm, it's not that I don't have compassion or empathy, but that's not a fucking excuse. This is the job. And there are millions of people that rely on people of integrity to be in the position and do the job. Ibram X. Kendi, same thing. Same thing. I don't think Jan is saying she hopes his daughter is. I think she's saying Hope is his daughter's name. Isn't that what you're trying to say, Jan B? I think. Maybe not. Amy Bach, that's her name. Yeah, that's what I thought you were trying to say, Jan B. The way that it came out is that they thought you were saying you hope she's getting threads. And what you are saying is hope his daughter has been getting threads. I know. Salam Aziz. Right? This is why y'all gotta be quick to stay. This is why y'all gotta like not be so damn quick to come after people. Yes, Tim has said he is not running for re-election for a third term, which I believe is a mistake. I believe he should let the people of Minnesota decide. I believe that, if somebody wants to primary him. I don't think that because the appearance is that he did something wrong and this is a problem. Yes, Tim Walz. Okay. Amy Klobuchar is AIPAC money. If I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, when I tell y'all the Israel money is every fucking well. Amy Klobuchar, number one, $768,630. Let me say this again. $768,630. Just thought I'd offer that over there. I don't know what you mean. What are we going to replace AIPAC money with to be competitive? I don't believe that you have to be. I think Zohran Mamdani has demonstrated you don't have to replace AIPAC money. AOC doesn't have to replace AIPAC money. Bernie's never had to replace AIPAC money. It is a myth that you have to replace AIPAC money. I think the more that you talk about why you're not taking it is, just saying. I think that's what you get out of it. And I'm going to tell you what, here's what I'm going to say about this deal, right? When people bring up Kamala Harris and AIPAC, and my understanding is from different pro-Israeli lobbies, her campaign got about 5 million, is my understanding. Number one, in a presidential campaign that was like $1 billion or so, 5 million ain't shit. But number two, when it comes to the 2024 election, that wasn't a deciding factor and could not be a deciding factor. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. And I know that people sometimes have a hard time with this. And life sometimes is difficult. Life is complex. It's very simple. The choice in 2024 was Kamala Harris and Tim Walz or J.D. Vance, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Those were the choices. One candidate at a bare minimum said there's got to be a two-state solution. And yeah, but Bella, that's not, so you can think that it was, but that's not, so let me be clear. Even at that, 90 million people didn't vote at all. What we had was 90 million Americans who sat the fuck at home. And for people who say they were pro-Pally and they say, oh, I'm pro-Pally, so I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. My question would be is how's that fucking working out for you? Because Donald Trump said 100% it is not the reason she didn't win. That is not the reason she didn't win. And you're talking to somebody who has run the numbers and done political numbers for 6 years. That is not the reason she didn't win. If that was the reason she didn't win, the gap would have been a whole lot bigger than 1.5 million people. Kamala Harris ran that campaign for 107 days, and she still almost whipped his ass. She still almost whipped his ass. He has been running for election for 10 years. For 10 years. And he could only beat her by 1.5%. That is not the reason. Pro-Palestinians are not why she did not win. She did not win because 90 million Americans just set the fuck out because they have voter apathy. And the reality is simply this. For anybody that says, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris because I was pro-Palestinian, that just makes no fucking sense when Donald Trump told you as a candidate, I will let Bibi finish the job. That's what he said. So anybody that is pro-Palestinian that said I didn't vote for her, for me, in my opinion, no, it doesn't matter. Those were the only two options. For somebody to say, oh, I'm pro-Palestine, so I didn't vote for anybody. Well, dumbass. Dumbass. Because one of those two people were going to win. Pretending like somebody else other than Donald Trump or Kamala Harris was going to win is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It was either going to be her or it was going to be him. And what I know is he said flat out, I'm going to let Bibi finish the job. Period. But there is absolutely no data. There is no data that supports the fact that it was solely the pro-Pally vote that cost Kamala Harris the election. There is more data that it is white women that cost her the election than anybody else. And I'd be hard-pressed to believe that those 53% of white women are pro-Pally. I would be hard-pressed to make that connection. I'd be real hard-pressed to make that connection. Give me a second. Let me finish this real quick. Listen, the thing about me is I'm not going to say something just because it makes people feel good or to make people agree with me. I'm okay with difficult conversations and difficult spaces. I'm perfectly okay with it. And I'm going to say it with my whole ass chest, and I mean every word of it. Hear me when I say that I voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. I do not regret that vote. I am not ashamed of that vote. As a matter of fact, I'm very proud of that vote because that vote was the only vote that had the majority of people in mind. Period. It was the only vote. And the bottom line is, if the United States of America does not continue to be a functioning, operating democracy, even if it's fucked up a good percent of the time, if we don't continue to exist in that way, we can't help anybody, including Palestine. Because I can tell you who's not helping Palestine, and that's this country under Donald Trump. There is not a day under Donald J. Trump in which the United States of America is ever going to have the backs of Palestinians, especially against Bibi. That's not a thing. So Right, which means 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump, and that is the problem. Ignore Joseph. He's just trying to get a reaction out of you, Dr. Bunch. And let me tell y'all something. I have had pallies on my live that I respect and they respect me. And we've had this very brutal conversation. I'm never going to tell a Palestinian or somebody in the diaspora how they should feel about Kamala Harris and how they should vote. Not my place. I'm not Palestinian. What I will say is, the reality is I am not and cannot have the luxury. I don't have the luxury of being a single issue voter. I'm not part of the 1%. I'm not a white man. I don't have the luxury of being a one issue voter. Period. So it doesn't matter what the issue is. And I had somebody said to me, yeah, well, so here's my thing. So Bella, tell me how you know that. I love it when people say things like this. I love it when people say things like this.
Hi, Dani. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. So share with me how you know what Kamala Harris would or would not have done.
Just in like the topic you were talking about a few lives ago, saying that maybe Trump is not really like a blessing, but like he's exposing everything that maybe Kamala would have done behind the scenes and would have hidden more like Obama did.
In
That's
what
sort of my
way?
point.
He's exposing what? What do you think Donald Trump exposed?
Just like everything that's going on, like starting wars, everything in Venezuela, starting with
But he's not
countries
exposing that. Like with what's been happening in Venezuela, we've been doing that for decades. We've always known that. He's not. Huh?
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, he's not exposing anything. We live in a different time. What is exposing the majority of these things that people didn't know is social media. It is
more going off of your last live where you were saying that Trump and all those other people that you had in that picture expose what's really going on in the world, whereas Kamala and the Democrats would have maybe done things more behind the scenes and the world wouldn't have known exactly what's going on with like all the tragedies around the world.
Yeah, but none of that is what I said. I didn't say that. The picture that you're referring to a couple of lives ago would have been when I had everybody in that picture from Mohammed Ibrahim and Miss Rachel to Dr. Mimi to Jeffrey Epstein to Trump. Like I had a whole lot of people in that picture, and we went.
And you were mentioning.
Yeah, and so we were looking back at all of those different things that happened with those people, and we were asking, what are the lessons that we could get from those people and from those experiences that we could take into 2026? That's specifically what I said. All 3 days that we covered those people. And in no way did I say that Trump exposed things that the Democratic Party would have kept hidden.
Okay, that's sort of what I've got from that. So I may.
Can you give me an example of like specifically what I said that would give you that impression?
I think maybe just in general with what's going on in Israel, I don't think more people in the West would have wanted to understand what's going on with the pro-Palestine movement in Israel if Trump wasn't a big deal as he is and Kamala was in office.
Yeah, I think people, I think that people, the reason people give a damn about what's happening in Palestine isn't even about Trump. I think what happened there is too many people were able to live stream and document in real time in 4K a G-side. And I think the world has never seen that before.
For sure.
And so I think that is what catapulted it. and put it in front of absolutely everybody. I mean, when I think about for me, I can't think of a single thing that he exposed to me that I wasn't already aware of.
I think it was more towards someone mentioned in the comments, like also exposing it to Republicans that were super mega before, but then realized what was going on through Trump and how awful it is.
So,
and then realized that's sort of my point was.
Yeah. So here's what I would say is they didn't realize what's going on through Trump. So let me be clear. They were MAGA before because he lied to them. He doesn't get credit for lying to people, then reneging on his lies and people being mad at him. You know what I mean? Like he hasn't done anything for the benefit of the people. He's not draining a swamp. He's not showing us how corrupt things is. I mean, for God's sake, he's worth $6 billion now after 1 year in office because of all of the dirty shit he and his boys are doing. Right? Yeah. $6 billion in a fucking year. That's phenomenal. But it's not because he's done anything good for anybody at all. And he's not exposing, and I don't know Kamala Harris personally. Here's what I do know is I know when asked specifically, and I understand completely that this answer isn't what Palestinians or necessarily pro-Pallies would have loved to hear. When asked specifically, what did she believe needed to happen with regard to Israel and Palestine and Gaza? She said, all of the unaliving of innocent civilians needs to stop because any response to October 7th should have been a proportionate response. She then went on to say there needs to be a two-state solution, which is far more than Donald Trump would have ever said. As a matter of fact, he literally said out of his own mouth, he will let Bibi finish the job. So when I look at those two responses from those two candidates, whether you believe she'll do what she said she would do or not, she clearly said, you got to stop unaliving innocent people and babies. And all of that. And so I have a real hard time with people saying she would not have done A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, because I don't know that there's anything that she has said that would, other than people making assumptions because her husband's Jewish. I know a lot of Jews that are against what's happening.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if Kamala was in office right now, things would have been a lot different than they are now. I think I'm just buying into the Obama propaganda and like all of the things that he did to...
I don't know what you mean by Obama propaganda.
Just like people saying that he got rid of a lot more immigrants and quote unquote illegal immigrants than Trump has. And
so, but do you know the mechanism through which Barack Obama did those deportations?
Yeah, through the full, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought right now, but what's it called? Process, where they get to go to the courts and decide.
No, that's just due process. But no, actually, no, that's not what he actually didn't do that. There was a specific part of immigration law that, and it's actually been modified over several times. It was modified in 1996. It was modified under the first Trump administration, and it was modified in the second Trump administration. Right, Ali Nicole, it's called expedited removal. And expedited removal used to say that if you had been in country less than 2 weeks and you were within 100 miles of the border and you were captured, you could be deported without due process, right? And many people didn't like that. The ACLU sued Obama, the Obama administration, when that happened, but it was a legal maneuver that was part of the law that he utilized to deport people under his administration, right? It was very controversial, and human rights organizations didn't like it. And like I said, the ACLU did sue him, but it was legal. Trump then expanded that expedited removal to not just be within two weeks, but and within 100 miles of the border, but literally it was like a certain time frame out, and now it's everywhere in the country, right? And so he keeps changing the expedited removal policy that was different under Barack Obama. And so and I think the thing that I'm unclear of is how Barack Obama's immigration policies correlate to what Kamala Harris would or wouldn't have done. Because the only thing that I see in common with those two people is the color of their skin.
Yeah, I think it's just the Democrats versus Republicans thing.
But Barack Obama's not even the last Democrat to be in office. Like, if we were really going to talk Democrats versus Republicans, we would be talking Joe Biden versus Donald Trump.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So the question that I'm asking you, because I'm having a hard time making the correlation, is how did we get from Kamala Harris and what she would or wouldn't do concerning Palestine to believing a propaganda about what Barack Obama did? Because I don't know what Barack Obama did with regard to immigration has anything to do with Kamala Harris and Gaza.
Yeah, I think it was just me playing off of the propaganda and then sort of seeing or sort of worrying that if Kamala was elected, that all of this may have not been exposed, or not worrying, because I know that Kamala would have been better than Trump. And I'm not saying that Kamala was elected because of the pro-Palestine people. That's not what I meant at all. But
okay, but I still don't understand when you say building off of the Obama thing. Because we're not talking immigration. Like, if we were talking immigration, then I would understand you bringing up Obama and expedited removal. But we were literally talking Kamala Harris and Palestine. So I'm not sure how we got from Kamala Harris and Palestine to Barack Obama.
I think it's just me trying to help you understand kind of where I was coming from.
But I don't understand.
My point was not that it was the pro-Palestine movement that got Trump elected. My point was being worried that if Kamala was elected, then it would have been a similar thing to Biden, where it was super hard to get a ceasefire from him. He didn't want to release the Epstein files, and
but none of that's even true. Like, what you just said just now isn't true, and I'm going to get to that in just a second. But I need help understanding how in your efforts to help me understand where you were coming from, how what Barack Obama did under immigration has to do with Kamala Harris. I need to, because I don't make that connection. And so I would like for you to help me make that connection. In what way does bringing up Barack Obama?
Just his policies and kind of seeing the Democratic policies versus Republican, and me thinking that did it really matter if the Democrats were elected, would have these things been exposed? And you're telling me that they would have, and I believe you.
No, what I'm saying is, so I would, number one, I would like to stop saying things have been exposed, because I don't know where that terminology is coming from, because the thing that has been exposed is who the fuck Israel is. And the reason Israel has been exposed is because of the Palestinian journalists that have given their lives, the Palestinian journalists that are still alive, the doctors that have gone over there and come back and told the truth, the Palestinians that are there every day that are live streaming and informing people. That is what has made Israel, the mask of who Israel is, be removed. I don't think Donald Trump has done a thing in the world to remove the mask of who Israel is or expose Israel. I think Israel has done that with the help of Tucker Carlson and other folks like that. But that has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't help facilitate that, right?
I think that I got confused with your last live and kind of making it seem like those people kind of expose the truth.
But I never said that. That's why I'm so confused right now. When did I ever say that Donald Trump exposed the truth?
They're not exposed to the truth, but like, I don't know, you kept saying it in your last live that these people, like, even though they're bad and they're leading right now, in a way we can somehow not thank them, but I don't know how to explain it the way you were explaining it in your last live.
So
but
what I said is that because of all of these horrible things that are being done by the current administration, there are people that are being targeted for the first time ever, right? So, for example, I have heard more white women in the last 18 months tell me how scared they are than in my whole ass life. I have not met this many scared white women in my life, and it's because this is a country in which they have not had to be scared of their government. Black and brown people, on the other hand, are like, welcome to the fucking party, right? Yeah. And so what I have said is that because of the agenda of the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 and all of that, what I've said is that because of that, there are people who now understand what many people, indigenous people and black and brown people, have known this whole time. But that's not them exposing it, because they are it. They're not exposing themselves. What is exposing them is we live in a different era where we have more than just 4 news stations, and we don't just rely on just mainstream media. Like, that's what's exposing it, not them. They are what is being exposed. And so the thing that is beautiful about that is because they, like white men typically tend to be in the West, because they believe they are so infallible, because they are used to being able to be untouchable, they say all the fucking parts way out loud, and people are like, oh shit. And for example, I can promise you, Donald Trump had nothing to do with what took place at Turning Point USA at America Fest between Tucker and Ben and Steve, right? And all of them. But that is what's waking up Republicans. That is what's doing that, right? And so I think
But yeah, it wasn't me saying that the reason why Trump won was because of the pro-Palestinian people. I've never thought that or ever felt that.
I literally thought that was one of your comments. I thought your comment was because the pro-Pallies didn't vote for her. I thought that was one of the comments that was in the thing.
No, that wasn't my point. It was exactly what you just said. And you're right. It isn't Trump and these people exposing it. It's what's going on, and pro-Palestinian people doing lives like this and exposing the truth. I just more saw it in a way as if Kamala was in office, would things have been to this extent, and would the world be?
Well, if we go down that road, here's what I know for sure. What I know for sure, if Kamala Harris had been elected president of the United States of America, number one, I am better than 90% sure that by this point, Donald Trump would be in jail. So would Steve Bannon. I can tell you that 1,600 people that attacked the Capitol of this country would not be pardoned and would not be walking around the streets as part of ICE with their masks faced, rounding up black and brown people, right? If Kamala Harris had been elected, the one big barbaric bill would not have passed, and we would not have approximately 50 to 60,000 Americans about to die every single year because they can no longer afford their health insurance premiums and be able to get the healthcare treatment that they need. Like, if she had been elected, I'm pretty sure that's where. And I could tell you, if Kamala Harris had been elected, we would not have our federal Department of Education being 100% dismantled, and states being their funding being withheld by a president who simply wants to retaliate. If Kamala Harris had been elected president, USAID would have maintained its funding, would have been up and running. There would not be hundreds of thousands of people that had unalived. There would not have been truckloads of food that just simply went to waste. If Kamala Harris had been elected president, we would still have our vaccine protocols for hepatitis B and for measles and for all of those things. We would still have scientists and medical professionals leading the CDC rather than having all of them been fired by RFK Jr. And replaced by loyalist and political appointments. Like, it's a problem when you don't have anybody in senior leadership that is actually a career. So when you're in government, there are people who are career, which means they are career experts, and that's what they do. And then you have political appointees. Right now, what we have in the United States of America is political appointees in the top leadership positions of all of the CDC, which is a problem, right? I think if Kamala Harris had been elected president, we would most certainly not have ever had military boots on U.S. soil against U.S. citizens. We would have never had that happen if Kamala Harris had been elected president. And those are just right off the top of my head. That's before I even get to housing. It's before, we'd still have a West Wing of the White House. I can promise you that we would not have language on our government sites talking about the radical Democrats. We wouldn't even have the crazy conservative rhetoric. That wouldn't be in all of our emails. It wouldn't be all over our websites. Those are things that would not be happening in this country. If Kamala Harris had been elected, I would not be having to be concerned about the changes in special education so that my granddaughter still has access to all of the things she needs for her IEP, right? And so it is super important. Yeah, if Kamala Harris had been elected president, I can bet my damn life there would not have been somebody sitting in the DOJ telling a room full of immigration lawyers to tell a federal judge to go fuck himself and sending people to CCOT, one of the worst prisons in the world, right? That would not have happened. And so I get very frustrated when people act like there would not have been a difference in this country, or somehow we benefited from her not winning, because that's absolutely not the case.
Yeah, and I apologize for doing that. It wasn't my intention at all. It was more thinking and buying into the Democrat propaganda saying that she would have most likely done similar things to what Trump has done, just behind closed doors.
I don't even know where that propaganda comes from. And what that tells me is it's from people who have absolutely no fucking idea what they're talking about, right? Because there's not a single accurately informed individual that would think that. We are well aware that whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, when it comes to foreign policy, they are going to be more aligned than disaligned. The one area where they tend to not be aligned is when it comes to humanitarian differences.
Yeah.
That's the place. And it's always been the Democratic Party that's been on the side of humanitarians, even in foreign policy. And so there is no Democrat propaganda that she would have been doing the same thing, but behind closed doors.
I guess just people going even to her live speeches and stopping them and yelling, saying you didn't allow for a ceasefire in Gaza. You killed.
And again, those are uninformed people. She was the vice president of the United States of America.
Seeing a lot of.
Yeah, but my point is, do we understand that the vice president doesn't call for a ceasefire? Do we understand that the vice president of the United States has zero authority? She doesn't get to call a ceasefire. So people running up to her rallies and saying, you didn't make a ceasefire happen. Well, you know what? I don't know what you thought she was supposed to do, because she was the vice president. That wasn't her job. She can only advise. She can only support. She can only say, hey, I would love to see that. But that's not her role. That's not what the
things
vice
are-
president does. And my question this is the thing that really, really irritates my soul. Because we all know that what's happening in Palestine has been happening long before October 7th, correct?
Oh yeah.
So why have we never asked any other presidential candidate to solve what's happening in Palestine the way we've laid that at the feet of Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
In all the other years where Israel has been bombing the shit out of Palestine, what I would like to know is what other vice president, what other presidential candidate did we say, hey, you didn't fix what's happening in Palestine, so you don't deserve to be the president? I really want to know, because I haven't seen a single other person. I haven't seen a single presidential candidate that has said that. All I see is everybody asking the black woman why she didn't do what all the other men before her, vast majority white men, didn't do.
Yeah, you're right.
So
Yeah.
nobody asked Joe Biden. Nobody asked anybody. Nobody asked Mike Pence.
No, you're right. You're right. Thank you, Dani.
You're welcome.
Again, I apologize for frustrating you, and
Yeah,
thank
frustrate
you for helping
me.
me understand the situation more. And
Yeah, no, you didn't
'cause
frustrate me.
I was getting confused with Democrats versus Republicans and thinking, like, are the Democrats even good anymore? And what's next for America? But that's why I'm here, to learn from you. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Appreciate it. Hey, Belly. Will you get Tutu the soda your mom brought for me, please? I think it's in the freezer. Yeah, she's Canadian. Yeah, I think mommy put it in the freezer for me. Folks, thanks, Cookie. I have had plenty of people that are pro-Pally that are like, you voted for Kamala Harris? And my answer is going to be this. You're absolutely fucking right, I did. You're absolutely right, I did. Because while it might not have been, thank you, the perfect answer for Palestine, it was the best answer for the United States of America, and it was the best hope for Palestine. Now, I want to address this idea that Joe Biden refused to release the Epstein files, because that's not a thing. Yeah, brother, I hadn't even thought about it yet, to be honest. Probably. Hey, Michael, appreciate you. Thanks. Give me a second. For those of you guys who know, I have not felt great, so my daughter brought me a soda for the. Understand that Ghislaine Maxwell's trial and her appeal was still happening throughout much of the Biden administration, the vast majority of it. So yeah, the brothers, I will, here's what I'm going to do, you guys, at 3:15 p.m. So in 12 minutes, I'm going to open up the panel, for some folks that are over between the river and the sea. So if you would like to do that, you can. Hella, Raja. If A Money is still here or somebody else that can put it in the comments and let people know, 10 minutes, I'll open up the panel for our folks between the river and the sea. Okay. So listen, I just need to be clear about this. I can be in uncomfortable situations. I understand the duality of what we are dealing with, right? So, am I going to say that that Kamala Harris was the whatever? I don't have to do that. What I can say is the choices that we had at the time. Okay, thanks, Witch. That was the best candidate for us. And to be quite frank, that was the best candidate for Palestine. Now, let me just say this. Some of you guys are going to be like, what? Listen, if the only thing that occurred was that we went back to what existed prior to October 6th, even that would have been a win compared to what we got for now. Even that would have been better. I am willing to say that yeah. Cam, I don't even think they expected her to be perfect. I think people knew she wasn't perfect. And a lot of people use the fact that she wasn't perfect to justify their whatever reason for not voting for her. I can tell you what would not have been happening under Kamala Harris is Doctors Without Borders and other NGOs being refused to bring in humanitarian aid into Gaza. I bet you that wouldn't have happened. I do not believe that there would have been a 15-year-old Palestinian American boy in an Israeli prison for 10 months under Kamala Harris. I do not believe that. I do not believe that. Hold on. And I'm going to tell you something, y'all. You're talking about a woman who took on cartels and won. You're talking about a woman who took on banks and won. You're talking about a woman who took on corrupt healthcare and insurance companies and won. When she was the attorney general for the state of California, she knew how to get shit done. When people say, oh, she wouldn't be respected, the fuck she wouldn't. She got respect. The reason the Northern Triangle got $5 billion, up to $8 billion of investment was because of her efforts as the vice president. The reason that we have friendly birthing hospital designations on the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid website is because of Kamala Harris. The reason we had 10,000 infant kits go out was because of Kamala Harris. The reason why hospitals who now have crash carts specific for pregnant women, because how many of you all know that they are not the same? That's because of her. That's because of her blueprint for the maternal mortality, maternal health of women in this country. Her. And she did it as vice president because they couldn't get it done when she was in the Senate. If Kamala Harris was in office right now, we would not have Maduro in our country. We would not have gone into a foreign country and kidnapped him. Bush did that. Trump did that. And by the way, offering a reward for someone is not the same as illegally entering a foreign country without congressional approval. And yes, trans children and all children needing gender affirming care would still be able to get it. Well, Cheryl, that's to be expected because she was running for president and not Congress in one state. Klobuchar took almost 800,000 and she's in one state. Kamala Harris's campaign took about 5 to 7 million for the entire country. There's a difference between the two. If Kamala Harris had been elected, I promise you, she would not be sitting she wouldn't have a $400 million plane from Qatar. That shit would not have happened. So, you know, regardless of what, I'm willing to have this conversation with absolutely anybody. I've had it with Palestinians. I've had it with Palestinians, even who I consider to be friends, and I have explained unequivocally why that was my vote, and it would be my vote today. 100%. Okay, so I'm going to continue to talk about some things, and I have some friends that I do want to bring up. If you have magic beans and you want to give magic beans to the people and be supportive, you can do that. You can also do it directly through the links that are in my link tree. People in my link tree are Mohammed OS, Bilal, Raja, Amal, the brothers, which is Mo, Aziz is also in my link tree. There's quite a few people. Kalmantina, Abu Sarraj, all of those people are in my link tree for you to be able to. Yep, Ahmed Darawi too, and Darawi is who does the Speak Up School. So all of those links. I know A-Money got me saying his damn name like that, and that's why I always say it like that. I always say Aziz. I blame that shit on A-Money. Oh my days. But anyway, those are ways that you can support directly. Okay. Here's what I want to do, because y'all know as soon as I open up the panel, things are going to shift a little bit. The algorithm does that. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to make sure that you keep up with the likes and the shares, along with your magic beans, for the folks that I'm bringing up. And what I would like to do is I just kind of want to do 2 at a time. So I'm going to do a U.S. person, a person between the river and the seas, U.S. person between the river and the seas. And what I'm going to ask you guys to do is let's do a goal for, I don't know, can we do a 3K today? What do you guys think? Is 3K doable today? Girl, I don't know, Nene, because you know my ass not doing no squat. See the way my knees are set up after my surgeries? See the way these knees is made, girl. The way them knees is made, girl. Yeah, y'all forget I've had 4 knee surgeries. 100%. Yeah. All right. So here are, I'm going to bring up some of our friends, and I'm going to start. I'm going to do US first. And then, oh, my little snotty nose, y'all. Hello, Raja.
Hello. Side by side. How are you?
I'm okay, friend. How are you? Alhamdulillah. كيف حالك?
Alhamdulillah. كويس. Alhamdulillah. Hello, Red.
Yeah, I did it on purpose, y'all. I did it for Red Hot. Salam Abu Sarraj. Abu Malik. Abu Sarraj must be talking about me. I said his name. Salam Abu Malik. She right there, Nene. She right there. Sending you lots of prayers, Senior Biz. So for those of you guys who, and hopefully somebody can put this in the comments, maybe weak internet, no worries, Raja. Maybe somebody can put this in the comments in Arabic and just let people know, like, I haven't been live for a couple of days, and that my aunt passed away. And so I saw that there's a lot of messages in my WhatsApp. I just haven't been responsive. I haven't been doing anything. Which message, Wadme? That one? Yeah, I haven't even checked messages. It's sad, but I just disconnected. You know, one of the things that, thanks, Cindy. Yeah, so y'all see where I said the madness, the mayhem, and your mental health. So one of the things that I am getting better at doing, and I keep practicing, thank you, Mo, I keep practicing doing is withdrawing the way that I might need to for my own ability to like handle things, if that makes sense, right? So follow me. If I know I only have so much bandwidth, then I'm just gonna pull it in and work with what I got, right? I pulled all my resources in to do what I needed to do. And this is what I recommend for absolutely all of you all, right? I sincerely mean this with every fiber of my being, is whatever you need to do in order to take care of you and to be okay, please do that, right? Regardless of what that is about or what that looks like. I want y'all to remember, in case you all don't remember, let me just give you a quick rundown. So top box, Abu Malik has several kids. One that has severe malnutrition and suffered some severe fractures. Raja is is a friend of ours that we met, who's also Palestinian press, who is super duper friend, great dad, good husband, all the things. And this is Raja's backup account. So if you're not following him on his backup, please make sure that you do, because the first one got restricted because, and so he wasn't able to withdraw any of the magic beans. So if you can contribute this way, literally for 3 months now, he's not been able to withdraw. So, and so I would love to hit 3K. Maybe we only do 2. I know Raja has weak internet right now. I also know he sounds a little, Big Daddy, they limited him for 6 months. And so this account right here, he can access. The other one he cannot. So that's Raja. This is Abu Malik. And Abu Malik's son, like I said, I don't know current weight, but I can tell you that about a month ago, his 14-year-old weighed roughly around 40 pounds, give or take, and had suffered some severe fractures and some severe breaks. Audra, they didn't give a reason. So Sophia is saying, Sophia in Gaza, which is also Amal. So if you see Sophia in Gaza on my link tree, she is Amal, right? And so she's restricted as well. So sometimes, while it's great to come up here and do the magic beans or whatever, direct is, Renee, I did. Direct is like sometimes the best, most helpful way to do things. Abu Malik, though, does not have a direct mechanism, though. So just a reminder about those things. So, while we are talking along on this subject about the madness, the mayhem, and your mental health, this past Friday night, if you are a subscriber / super fan and you were able to attend our intention board / vision board party this past Friday night, drop a 1 in the comments for me if you were able to do that. If you were able to participate, and yes, I did record it, but I have to edit it because the calls came in about my aunt while we were on that, and so there's some of that I'm going to have to edit out because it was just real life happening. Life was lifing. You had to work red hot. Okay. There's still a channel in Discord. And so you can go in there and you can see the images and the things that other people have already created. And you know, and kind of get some ideas and that sort of stuff. You started it but got mad at it. I am cracking up at you, Sandy. Appreciate you, Audra. I have finished. So if you think about my board in thirds, like cut in thirds horizontally, my center is done and my bottom third is done, and actually done to where it's done, glued down, ready to go. So now I'm ready to go to the other sections, which is what I will be doing when I get done with this, because I cleaned the house literally for hours yesterday because kiddos go back to school, and I got to get them ready, right, to learn and be happy and be healthy and all the things. So there's that. Appreciate you, Carla N. Very, very much. Yeah. So I'll probably get around to answering messages back for people tomorrow. Not today. Thanks, Marlo. Yeah, I just opened it today, Wadme. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm still waiting to find out about all the other stuff, like arrangements and things like that. To be honest, oh my gosh. To be frank, though, you know, with everything that I have in terms of my schedule and the kiddos and all of that, it's doubtful that I'll be able to go up because it's all the way in the Brook. It's all the way in Brooklyn. So I probably won't be able to go, but I'm just waiting to see like what they set up in terms of dates and all of that. So yeah. Here's what I want to do is for the Book of Faces, the Tube of You, the Stack of Sub, the Talk of the Tick on my backup. You guys are all over here along with the Gram. So this is my first live on the Gram. We're just going to see how that happens and go from there. But I appreciate you all for tuning in and for participating. I will be sharing tomorrow when I go live. I will be sharing a link where if you are watching me on any of these other platforms, you can actually join the panel and talk and participate in the conversation. So make sure that you join me for that. Also, if you have not gone to my link tree and put in your information to come for the next documentary viewing, which is on the 19th of this month. So 2 weeks from today, we are watching A Storm Foretold. You need to register in advance for that because you're agreeing not to record it in part or in whole. And then you will receive an email with the actual link to attend and view. Okay. Also, free workshop this month is January the 22nd at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's going to be along the lines of how do we prepare for 2026? Thank you, Raja. Shukran, Raja. Shukran. But that's what it's going to be about, is how do we prepare for 2026 for the midterms? How do we have these very difficult conversations with the people in our lives and articulate meaningful information? What are some quick snippets, some quick facts that can kind of cut through the noise and have people hear us? All of that is going to be in that workshop. Also, I need to set the date for book club. Book club is the 20. What did I say? I want to say that I said book club was the 24th. Is that what I said, y'all? I will double check it just to be sure. But we are reading the 4 agreements. I moved the book over there, so you're not going to be able to see it. And so we are. There's a whole deck that I have on that, and so that's what we're doing. Okay. And I think that those are the 3 main things. We were going to do a second Hunger Games night tonight, but we are not going to, subscribers, because kiddos go back to school and I need tonight to be, yeah, Veronica, I know. I need to do it a week from today. I need to do it on the 12th. I need to do it on the 12th. I need to do it on the 12th because they got school and I just need to, you know, I don't know what kind of sound that was, y'all. But anyway, so if you are not in my Discord, or you have not joined my email list. Those are the two things that you absolutely need to do in order to stay locked in and at all of the events. So I'm going to give you them. So on the 2nd, we just had our intention / vision board meeting party, right? On the 12th, subscribers, we will have Catching Fire. Just having, it's a fun movie night. On the, okay, ooh, I got to do a couple. So on the 19th is the documentary viewing, right? On the 22nd is the free workshop, 6:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I lied. It's not the 24th. I don't know what day I put it on. Book club is not the 24th because there's no way in hell I would do 3 days in the week, back to 3 days in the week. So I would say that maybe book club is like the 31st of January. That's my thought process now, is there's no way I would do that to myself and have anything other. But what I think I would also like to do is I would also like to do two other movies, and maybe they won't get to be in January. I may have to set one immediately for February the 2nd, because I would like, you thought the 18th, because maybe that's what I said. 18th is a Sunday. I might have. I'll double check it. Cam adds them as I label them. Yeah, Discord is where you want to be. You thought the 19th, see? Don't nobody damn. No, the 19th is the documentary. Yep, I got you, Cam. But listen, so I also want us to watch a movie called Fair Play. That movie is based off of I want us to watch Fair Play. I also want us to watch The Report. I think as we see what's happening in Venezuela, it's incredibly important that we remember the whole thing around Valerie Plume, that we remember the claims about the WMDs, Jesus, and all of those things. It's incredibly important that we remember every single ounce of that, and that we hold our government accountable for what we are doing, because what we're doing is shit. You know what I mean? Is Discord like TikTok? No, it's like a chat community. Yeah, let me look and see what time I have. I got to do better. I forgot to check this damn email, and I got emails in here from y'all. I just clicked it open and there they were. Shit. I forget sometimes. Okay. Yeah, we should be fine tomorrow, Sandy, at 5:30. If you are a platinum subscriber and or you got a one-on-one with me during the auction, please make sure that you use the link that I put in the subscribers Discord for you to schedule that. Sandy, I have you for tomorrow. Kathy, I have you for the 15th. And I don't have anybody else scheduled for one-on-ones for this month. Remember that you get, as a platinum subscriber, you get one-on-one with me every quarter. Okay. So that's what I got so far. Okay. I think that's it. Oh, damn. Did I forget to do this over here? I still did. Okay. All right. Over here. Love you, mean it. I will see you all tomorrow morning, Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, if you watched on the ground, make a little comment, send your girl a message. Tell me that you saw it. Tell me what you think.